Hello everyone, I'm Nervax and we're ready to continue our McLaren stream. Thank you to everyone who has shown up. We have at least some people here, which is good. Last time out we managed to get all of our races in the points. Let's see if we can continue that trend today and hopefully we can pull that off. So with that, let's get right into it. We are ready to continue. Driver performance for the Spanish Grand Prix. One driving Q2 should be doable. I don't think we will want to guarantee Q3 yet. And yeah. There we are. Fast lap. Could gamble for it, but I think we'll just play it safe and not put ourselves in a bad position trying to get it. And with that, let's get into the Spanish Grand Prix here.
Formula One has cranked up the heat over.
It's funny that the game did that because I hadn't actually set that as a thumbnail. I've actually forgotten to make one, but it's hilarious that the game did that, or YouTube did that on its own. That's actually brilliant. We actually have rain in both qualifying and practice. That could get interesting. I love random Windows updates. They always choose the best time to pop up. Yeah, we are in Spain, and we will get ready here for setting up the cars. Engine, ERS, we are going to move at least engine and a new gearbox for the practice. Gonna make sure that we do that on both cars. Hopefully I'll get back into this soon. It was a pretty fun race today at the Suzuka, although it took a while before it actually got started. Hello Marnie. That was mine, I don't know why, but whenever I fire up start the stream, Windows wants to update the computer or some other things happen, which is just annoying to me. That's just how, that's usually how it is though. Windows will just find the most inopportune moment to do updates on. We're gonna set up a very quick setup here what we expect. And we are gonna be borrowing the stats just to make practice a little bit easier for ourselves here. And for Spain, you want 80, 30 here, 7.3, 14, and 8.5. Parts are good. That is good. Let's get our reserve driver in the seat. Get him some experience. And with that, I guess we can sim the first one. Are we going to continue what we did? Variable weather both in. Yeah, let's hope it doesn't get as rainy as it was in Suzuka. They barely even drove any. Well, at least Piastri had a good setup. Lando wasn't as equal. Yeah, there was a lot of weird stuff happening with F1 today, especially not only the tractor on track, but it was a decent race. At least it wasn't like Spa last year where we didn't have any racing at all. I say that is progress on that front at least. But we are struggling a bit here. Now, have I done something stupid here and not realized that we had parts that we should put on the car? Let me just double check here. Nope. Nope, we don't have the underfloor yet. Front wing? Yeah, we have front wings that we should have put on the cars. That's on me. I'm a little bit out of it, as you can see already, sadly. But we'll get it for practice 3. Yeah, I love Button 2 on strategy. He's really good. Probably one of the best commentators out there for F1, in all honesty. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Max in the points. Apparently something with the rules. But it is what it is. Can't really do anything about it if that's how they want to play things. There is a someone already figured out something that would give you, while saving money, about 90% plus usually on the setups. So yeah, there's a Steam guide to it. Give me a second. I think I have it here. If you go to follow that link, there's someone who actually figured out the decent base settings for every track. So if you want to just quickly set up your car for practice, you can just follow that, which is pretty nifty. It makes the game go a bit quicker, not spend as much time just stuck in practice. Still decent setups though. Lando could have a little better one. We could also, of course, put on the front wings better. Earlier. Sorry, I should have done that. Which probably would have helped as well. But let's get the engines back in the car. Let's get the gearbox back in the car. Let's see if we can make something out of this qualifying. We've had a very good start this season so far. We have 40-something points. And strategy given by you guys in the earlier races, I'm pretty good. So let's see if we can keep this up. I really need to rewatch that. It's so long ago that I've actually forgotten most of it, but that was a good race if I remember. The little that I remember of it, I believe. We can do a little bit cheeky here with Lando, because he is close with those two. I think we'll do it like this, and apparently Q1 here will be on the rise, so we'll have to see if any of these qualifyings actually end up being in the wets. So that's going to be we could potentially get some freebies here, but as you can see, no rain incoming for this one at least. So we're just going to send our cars out early here, as we usually do. If we can get some good runs. Try and save two sets of softs. We can give it a go. It'll probably be challenging, but we can make at least one set of the softs only have one run on it. That should be doable. Yeah, rain on Q3 would be funny. But that depends on us getting into Q3. We do only have one upgrade on the car right now, and that is the front wing, really. Saving two sets of softs should be doable. But we're gonna use this just to make sure that we get into Q3. Sorry, Q3, Q2. Getting ahead of ourselves there. But if the time set by other cars are way off, we might just play it safe here, or just send only Ricciardo out again. We will have to see. There's so many people that still hasn't actually set a lap time. Yeah, true, but Ricciardo here is a little bit off. That's the main concern here. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, Thanos, it's pretty easy to get into the top of the leaderboard. Sadly, in season 2 already, might need to play a bit limited. So we have Magnussen up here in 7th, which means that potentially Schumacher could do some. Schumacher could potentially pip us, and Show could potentially also do so. So I think we're at least going to send Ricciardo out to be perfectly safe here. And we will not have time, I think, to put him on the old tires. So Norris should be safe, but we'll send Ricciardo out here just to be absolutely sure that he actually makes it through here. And we'll just run Q through on scrubs if we need to. Crash on the track. Did that cancel quali? Nope. Sonoda out though.
We've had a crash. Let's see what happened there. Now look at this. It was the
It's a tough ask, but I figured out that the game wants to screw me over. It will do it.
That crash is terrible news.
That is rough for the AlphaTauris. Double points for last race is actually the best thing for the player though, because it gives you so much time to prepare for it. Of course, if you're unlucky, it's can be really, really bad. Ricciardo also ran wide, so yeah, just a wasted run, all things considered. We made it through though. Bit of a waste there on the softs for Ricciardo, of course, but that we can live with that. We will be running the first run in Q2 on scrubs, I think. And if it starts raining, we'll just quickly switch as soon as we're into the qualifying. Yeah, make finding half a second is rough, but
okay, radio check.
looks like there will be no rain this session either. So let's just do a quick run here. See how it looks for us. Okay, I sent them out too close to each other. That's kind of bad. Might have to speed one up manually here just to be safe. Yeah. Honestly, we'll just see how this goes, because worst case scenario, we actually end up with a Norris tow here for Ricciardo, which could help. And this run doesn't really matter that much to us. We also have Leclerc here doing a little bit of the trolling. Yeah. Could also just be that the rain was only in practice, though. That happens. Not that far off from Norris, half a second. It's a lot, don't get me wrong, but could always be worse. Yeah, we can hope. So, we want to try and save 2 sets of softs. If we make it into Q3, we get an extra set. So, what we do here is we're just gambling getting into Q3, because we will not be getting high up anyways. So we'll use this soft here. Even if it's a little used for Ricciardo, I think we can live with that. And we should still potentially get the 2 softs here for Spain, strategy-wise. I think it should be alright. We also do have the benefit here of Tsunoda being already out of qualifying, even though he made it into Q2 with the crash. Yeah, I hope they add the feature to unlap yourself with safety cars. That would actually that would make the game a lot better. Michael Massey update. That would actually be kind of funny if they just named it instead of 2.0 or something like that, it's just the Massey update. You can now unlap yourself only. Let's see, I think we're good here for sending our cars out. We'll just do it safely, and Norris is on the edge also, so hopefully we can make something work. We should have plenty of time. We might actually hold up Russell here just a tad bit. Nah. Just barely didn't hold him up. I know we need to refuel. That is the point of this run. Ricciardo just barely managed it, but Norris can actually send him out here. So, he's out. Yeah, Norris sent his teammate into the abyss, which is honestly what you kind of expect at this stage. Once we get the underfloor out, that's going to make things a bit easier. But he starts at 11th, so there's still potential there, in all honesty. The science, yeah, game is way too easy at the moment. The reason for that is also how the AI designs parts. I don't remember his name, but there's a guy that digs through the game files looking for how the AI does things. Now in 1.9, the AI will actually design using intents. They didn't do that before, if I'm not mistaken. But they will only use presets, and they'll split their work 50% on designs, 50% on research. So if you want to challenge the AI, you could try a game where you do, again, only the presets or designs and research, and stick to with balance, maybe balanced or rushed, and see if you can potentially beat the AI with that. But I'm thinking if we do any other saves with teams higher up the ladder, we'll just add more restrictions in order to make the games more interesting. Honestly, I still enjoy the game, but unlapping, making the AI a bit better would be a great fix. Honestly, I would love that. So, will we have any rain here in? What do we want to do? I guess we do these. Well, let's see now if we actually end up getting rain in practice 3. Sorry, Q3. Yeah, and when you were forced to run the compound, the 11 was actually really good.
Yeah, all good.
We have rain here, so honestly what we're gonna do then is this should probably be enough. But it's gonna be a little bit until it starts raining. 6 minutes, so halfway through, well, 1/3 into Q3. I don't know if we have time to switch tires. I think we're just gonna send it like this. I don't think all the teams are gonna get it in time. And 91 is still alright, so let's do that. Yeah. Let's hopefully get him. Might have to push here a little bit. Okay, so looks like there's gonna be just these 4 cars, and we will not be held up. That's at least good. But it looks like everyone will probably get a run in on before it starts proper raining. Did Magnus have the exact same time as us? Okay.
So this is the rain that we expected. It should be steady and light at this level.
Yeah, that's a good house rule, David. One upgrade for each part of the year, and then focus research. I feel like that makes the game a lot more fun, but also rain. Yeah, we have the rain here, and honestly, as you can see, Alonso is already 2.8 seconds behind. But this one is interesting. Us having the exact same time as Magnussen. So potentially, yeah, we start second row. Maybe if I'd gone with the 100% tires, we might actually gotten front row. In terms of what we expect to the end here, should rain the entire thing. We're not expecting any rain though on what we could do here, if we're going to be cheeky, is try and get an intermediate run in. Because this should be full wets, but I don't think anything's going to beat it, so we might as well just speed it up here. Norris should have a good run ahead, yeah, Thanos. That's what I'm expecting too. Hopefully, yeah. Let's see how, let's see if someone can actually pivot on the pure wet tires. Because I assume that is what they will be running. Yeah, wets. Full wets. No way that they beat Norris's time. I will be very, very impressed. Checkered flag. The thing is, we the player, Leclerc actually didn't finish qualifying. Did he run out of fuel? I didn't see any accidents. And the Red Bull's all the way down here. Yeah, this looks like an interesting one for sure. Yeah, Leclerc crashed. That's Ferrari in a nutshell, sadly. Okay, yeah, thank you for noticing. I was busy looking at chat. But yeah, it looks like we have a fairly decent starting point here now for the Grand Prix, really. We did save 2 sets of softs, so that could also be very interesting. Let's have a quick look here on what we can expect on strategy. Soft, medium, soft seems to be a thing that we will probably be going for. And in terms of compound performance, they're actually fairly equal. Well, fairly equal in degradation. Softs are still the best by far, almost 4/10. And then the mediums almost having 4/10 on the hards as well. So yeah, softs and mediums is the way to go. You were correct on that. That is very, very good. So, can we do this for Ricciardo? He should be able to pull that off. This is supposedly quicker, but I think we'll go soft. It's just more important to get quickly up the field into a better DRS train. And we'll do the same for Norris here. And then we can adjust in race if you feel the need. That should work out good. Could try mediums of Ricciardo, yeah. It's not a bad idea. Could try that. Let's play the strategy. It's a good good advice, Thanos. Hope you enjoy your day too, David. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Leclerc has had a rough season, honestly. There's always if it isn't him, it is the team. And if it's not him or the team, it's the car. Try medium soft for Ricciardo. Hello, Jack. Don't worry, we just finished qualifying in Spain. And we're currently trying to figure out what strategy we want to use for the race itself. We're going to use the fresh softs here, I think. So these two will be the other way around. Let's just do it like this. That should be the fresh ones. Something like this, maybe? Does this look good? Yeah, it was an interesting one at the end of the Grand Prix today. It was just half the people are saying Max won the championship, and the other half is saying he hasn't won yet. Hello, Sledge. If you feel like going to bed, feel free. Attack on mediums. It's gonna degrade pretty quick. Can probably attack towards the end, but I think we'll go with this. It seems to be a decent one. And we can again adjust towards the end there if we need to go attack. This is attack, so as you can see, we'd run out of lap 20. Aggressive even won't last it to 25. So I think we do this. Ricciardo then has options, as Thanos says. We can, sorry, RBG says we can switch to another set of mediums if we feel like. Worst case scenario, we can go hards. It gives us options here. So I'm thinking we try a little bit more aggressive on Norris here with this one. Maybe tweak it in the race. And we'll do the medium soft for Ricciardo. Attacking medium. The thing is, the mediums don't actually last that long now. The patch could work, but I think we're going to do this for this race. And we'll see what we do for the next one, Gabriel. We've been spending a bit of time here trying to figure out a good strategy. I think I'm happy with this though. I think we're ready to go, and if need, we can switch it up as we go. Let's get into the race. And I forgot to put him in overtake.
One of the oldest races on the Formula One calendar. This is the Spanish Grand Prix.
No, I feel like they've changed that standard is what you should be running, and honestly, that's what makes a lot of sense. If you're stuck behind a car, you can use attack or aggressive to get past, and honestly that's how I feel it should be used. Or at the end of the stint you push to try and overcut maybe, or undercut, depending on where you're at. I feel like that is a viable thing to do.
Overtake available if needed.
Yeah,
Nice to hear. Nice to hear, Sledge. How did you find that video? Honestly, we might be having a bit of a Williams 2.0 with Aston, even though I tried to slow it down a bit, sadly. Norris has lost the position to Magnussen, which honestly probably is fair considering what we did in qualifying. We had the exact same time, but somehow came ahead. Ricciardo's made up his place. Can he make up another? He's actually just flying on those mediums.
Good job.
That's probably a good strategy too, just putting in the extra fuel.
And McLaren with a great overtake.
Oh, we have a Ferrari spinner. Did he get damaged too?
Okay, there are yellows ahead. Yep, understood.
Let's have a look. Let's have another look. Science is the focus here.
Let's see what happened to
And this,
Sainz.
yes, this is where they spun out.
Don't see any damage, so I think he's good. But Ricciardo is making up places, which is good to see. But yeah, the thing about the fuel, it could actually be a good idea. I just don't know how effective. Norris locked up. How far is he gonna fall down now? Not super far down, but he is gonna get a gap now to the top
It's
4.
locked up and gone straight on. We can take a look now. Watch this. We're looking at Lando Norris. It's a lockup, and that could be costly.
Yeah. Maybe we need to work on brake cooling if we want to avoid that. But for now, I think it's okay. Let's go neutral here with Norris. I don't know if we will be able to hunt down the cars in front. The Haas probably, but it depends on if the Mercedes is the one pulling them along. Okay, thank you for letting me know how that works, RBG. I would assume that's how it works. It's just funny to me that it actually happened in the game. Yeah, engine cooling doesn't seem to be that bad. It's basically just how quickly the engine wears, if anything. So I wouldn't be too concerned about it. I guess we could deploy some ERS here for Norris, maybe burn some extra fuel, and try and have him catch up. We want to gamble, or we could just try and retain and have the Red Bull or the Mercedes pull us ahead. The red flag incident during the race? Gasly speeding in the safety car? That sounds a bit extreme, but
DRS enabled.
I guess I understand
DRS
it.
enabled.
I hope you enjoy your McLaren game Sledge. I'm having a lot of fun with mine already. Okay, I guess I'll have to have a look at that after the stream then. But the penalty does sound a bit extreme, in my opinion. I think we're just going to play it safe here. We're not going to... We are gaining actually a little bit here. And if we're lucky, we might be able to use the Red Bull and, of course, Hamilton to reconnect with the top, at least up to Alonso. And Ricciardo here might need to push a little bit if we want him to keep up. So let's push a bit on the fuel. Let's go. Let's deploy what little ERS he has left. Now we can't do that. That would really screw him over. Hello, Song. Yeah. It's just, considering what happened in 2014 at Suzuka, it's just really the FIA who should be receiving punishments and reprimands, honestly. Dad, are you close to a second yet? Please? You can do it with fuel only, I would be very, very happy. Sometimes the game just doesn't want you to win. Pledge. I think in the Williams run we had a couple of incidents where both of my drivers were crashing out for like 3 races in a row. So sometimes things goes well, sometimes they just don't want to be buddies. But that is racing for you, so honestly can't be too angry at it. Yeah, it's a bit worrying if FIA decided to come hard on Gasly due to safety concerns. Norris is down into 6th now. Well, that's because he's currently chasing Hamilton, but we are getting up to potentially top 2 again.
Mercedes moved up a
And Ricciardo has been reattached. Good. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Hamilton and Magnussen. You decided to race us with with some gains here. Now, Perez should be able to keep up. So I'm thinking that what we do here is we deploy a little bit of ERS, we use push, just so we can make sure Norris catches up to Alonso and Bottas. And hopefully we can keep up with them here. So Magnussen has received a penalty.
Let's take a look at the replay. Now watch this. Lewis Hamilton involved in this one.
Wait a minute.
And there's the hit. And it's
Okay, so Magnussen received a penalty for getting tapped on the back. Yeah, I haven't considered overfueling too much in this game, but it's definitely a strategy you could employ. And honestly, the more of these strategies that you do employ, the more of an advantage the player gets. Now, my boy here is getting left behind again, so he's still struggling a bit on those mediums, but give it a little bit more time and they will hopefully become a little bit better. We kind of want him to stay with the DRS train, if possible.
And save fuel from now, please. Save fuel from now.
Confirm.
Or Russell's he just turned into me, basically. But honestly, I feel it might be cynical of me to say this, but whenever a driver says something like that after an incident, they're kind of just trying to cover their own backs. Cover their own ass, more like it. So it's cynical, but that is racing for you. You're trying to get every little benefit you can, and sometimes it just goes wrong. And that goes for literally every drive. Yeah, we might consider overfueling for future races. It's definitely a viable strategy. I guess we should harvest a little bit here with Ricciardo. Should be able to keep up,
Okay.
hopefully. Norris is also looking good here. Should be able to potentially get Bottas into this turn if it doesn't back up, which it did. And we'll go neutral again for Ricciardo, speed things up a little bit. As long as we can keep where we are, to put it that way, we should have a good result here. But we are losing out on that straight there. Taking a bit extra fuel where we can is probably a good idea, just to be able to use that push in the starting stages. So Norris has done work. He's up into 2nd place. And does he actually have the speed though to hunt down Russell? We actually have Ricciardo here on burn fuel. That's not good. We need to turn that down. I don't think he'll be able to hunt down Russell. We just don't have a car that's good enough for that yet. The only upgrade we slapped on it is the front wing. So if we check the lap times here, we are about 3/10 slower. A little bit more than that actually, just slightly, but we are still slower. Even so, if we manage to get a podium with just one upgrade, I feel like that is a bit too much really. But we did get help with that right at Q3.
That's a good overtake from Alpine.
Ricciardo is still holding on for dear life here. We are getting gaps here to the back, which is really what we're after. Yeah, Red Bull engines are less fuel efficient, that is true. Yeah, there was a lot of tweeting, a lot of Instagram about the tractor on track situation during the safety car and then eventually the red flag. So, but I understand why emotions are running hot there. You don't want to see that again, ever again, really. And especially not in the rain where you can't actually see... Well, you literally couldn't see anything. We do have straight line speed though with DRS. I'll give us that.
Yeah, it was a good job.
Yeah.
McLaren
The thing is, the
position.
AI does need to become a little bit better with strategies, because right now they seem to choose a strategy at the start of a race, and they're just not adaptable at all. So you already have a huge advantage just as a player due to that. The AI will literally not pit if they aren't in the pit window on the safety car, for instance, which sucks a bit. Big lifts. I think I've heard that one in game at least, so we'll have to see if we can get that one. We also have to see if we can actually save some fuel for Ricciardo down the line. Now we are getting closer to the first pit stops here. Norris should actually probably be pushing this next lap here. We have some pit stops here. Alonso's gone for it. So I think we're gonna go aggressive and then go full push once we get to a line, and see if we can get safely get ahead here. Just go full on attack. We can push some fuel, and we will be pitting Norris this lap as planned. Get him onto the medium. Oh, that was a bit too quickly.
Yeah, confirm.
And we'll
Happy
see
to
here
box at
if
the end.
we manage to maintain or if we get bamboozled here.
I think there's been a lockup.
We did not manage to get Alonso, sadly. That should still be good, as long as we can actually latch onto him. I did do some changes to AI during weather, so I hope they become better. Well, they did some minor changes in 1.9 at least, so they aren't changing tires every 3 laps anymore. But again, one of the reasons why I think the AI is so silly during wet weather racing is because I think they work on how the they don't really work on how the tires themselves actually work. They work on the weather forecast center, and that thing is just atrocious. Even at 60%, I would not trust it at all. I believe Norris ran a bit wide there. Well, as long as we keep up with the Ferrari, we should be happy. So Ricciardo here has actually been left a little bit behind, and we are getting close to the pit window. We could go aggressive for him. Hello, the set guy. How are you doing? Yeah, my concern, but I should probably dig a little bit through the game file, is that the AI based their weather tires off the weather center mainly, and since that thing isn't accurate at all, then you can't really trust it at all. I think we go aggressive here for the last couple of laps here for Ricciardo. See if we can make up a little bit. We have those 2 soft stints that could help us out a bit too. And Norris here. Do we push to try and keep up with Leclerc? Could try. We have Gasly and Tsunoda ahead. Ocon as well in that mix. We do also have a lot of fuel, and we do also have a lot of ERS. I think we deploy and we try and catch up to Leclerc here. And have him save tires for us by... Well, not save tires, but save time by just linking up with him. Let's go full on attack here for Ricciardo. We are not going to do anything with this. And we'll be trying to pit this lap. Just get him onto the softs. Get him onto the fresh one. And potentially we'll just stretch that slightly. Did that actually say we're going to gain 86 seconds a lap? Because if so, that's that would be amazing. Ocon and Tsunoda both pit. That puts us in a...
Copy, good.
Oh, did that mean Leclerc did not get... Ricciardo has crashed. Ay, ay, ay. Let's see where he is at right now. So, that looks like a rear wing gone. Anyone want to take any bets on just how much damage we're taking? We have a punctured back left. And we have terminal damage to chassis from wing. Major damage to rear wing. This is just drive to the pits. Just retire if you aren't going to retire already, really. But that should be enough damage to just straight up retire. And potentially we also get a safety car. Yeah, we do. Let's just conserve Epinorris and harvest. It should be okay. We're not that far behind first place. Yeah, Bottas is out. Ricciardo's out. Did we cause that, or did Bottas? I think we caused that, sadly.
You can clearly see the contact
Ooh, okay, that's a new engine for them.
Lot of damage.
Yep, that's new everything. Gonna be
The team had such high hopes today.
yeah. We planned that crash on lap 30 halfway through so we could keep up with Leclerc. What do you want me to pause, Tanners? Go ahead. I have paused. Let me know what you think. Yeah, it's good to set guy. I also like to just have streams up in the background when I play games. It's a bit hard to do that when you record, but I usually fire up a music or something when I do practices when I record, just to take my minds off things. Yeah, the wet weather racing, unless you have your weather forecast at 100%, you really just need to babysit the water levels and, you know, check this the track view here every 3 seconds, really. And it's just so annoying. I think we checked the hards. The thing is, we can actually have a look here on hards. It's a potential thing we could do. The only thing is, in terms of performance, the degradation is just so slow. They would last to the end of the race for sure, but it's just the mediums just agree with 100 each lap. So even 10-20 laps in, the mediums will still be quicker by 0.2. And with 30 laps to go, it would potentially be beneficial to go on the hards. Yeah, we could make that work really, because 36 laps to go. We could make it work, but it's also a bit risky. If we do the math here, let's say that they do 4 each lap, because they have quicker cars as well. That would make it at least 8-10 seconds at the very least. Well, sorry, more like 15-16. So if we degrade hard enough and they go onto the softs with a free pit stop of their own, potentially, we could try it. But personally, I think it's just better to stay out on the mediums here. We do have that extra pair of fresh softs towards the end. So if we get a good run here on the restart, I think it would actually work out really well. Risk it for a top 5, or take a safe route for a top 9. True. Do we want to? Thing is, the cars behind are pitting, so we do have a little bit of a gap here. I think the only one who'd really overtake us if we pit is Alonso, maybe? We could go on the hards and gamble on another safety car. Or we could also just gamble on the mediums. Let's have a quick look on how hard we expect the hards to degrade it to the end. See, if we switch this to hards and we move it over here, it will just barely make it to the end. So either we stick with what we're currently doing, or we go on the hards. I wouldn't trust the estimated race time, by the way. The hards is currently way overvalued there, so don't trust the number on the right here. That is not accurate at all. Which engine is best? I'm actually tempted to test that. I'm currently doing a video on how harshly the engines degrade, and for some, for the Red Bull at least, it becomes really bad at some point. But I'd say Red Bull is still best. The thing is, Red Bull gearboxes have 65 durability, which means you usually will not need any new ones. So that extra 5 million you save, you can just spend on an extra ERS for each car, and then you have 3 extra engines to play around with as well. Basically the same cost as, say, the Merc engine. I'd say Red Bull is definitely the best engine to use. Hello, Albert Elvis? Sorry that I'm butchering your name, but I honestly have no clue how to pronounce that. Yeah, Norris will go a little bit above this, but it will still be very, very low. I think we stick with the mediums, and if there's another safety car before we get to the softs, we could just slap on another set of mediums. That should still be okay. Because the mediums degrade, again, just 100 a lap slower than the hards, and up 4/10 quicker, in theory. But I think we just stick with this. It's a bit risky to some degree, but I think it's the best chance we have. And if we can keep on with Leclerc on the restart and maybe make a gap to the pack behind, we could have a potentially decent race here, I feel. I think we'll just stick with what we have. It was Albert Elvis, yeah. Thank you for letting me know so I don't butcher it too hard. Yeah, Ricciardo get the penalty, of course. That's kind of what you expected. It wasn't a good strat, but just how it is. I hope you enjoyed the game, man. I feel it's a lot of fun. The only thing I regret is that I didn't start uploading it earlier, because I had it as soon as it came out. Yeah, that will be the idea. Once we finish the safety car, we're going to push fuel and maybe even push the tires a little bit, because we'll have a little bit to go on. And that'll hopefully allow us to, again, just climb higher up and get into a better DRS train. DRS fully charged. Let's go neutral then. And we should very easily make it to the back of the pack, really. In terms of the other team's tires here too, as you can see, these guys are all staying out on mediums, which is something we should have checked earlier, honestly. But these 5 are all going to pit, so as long as we can stick with Leclerc, we're going to be
safety car is in this lap. Safety car is
we're going to be potentially a podium.
Yeah, confirm.
So we're going to push the mediums just to, as long as we can keep up with Leclerc, really. And that will be the main goal.
If you can, push.
Confirm.
We could also try and save them a bit here, so we have
Overtake there if you
something to
need
play
it.
with on the restart, really. Let's see how this goes.
Confirm.
And a reminder, no overtaking until the line.
Yeah, the benefit of having one crash out is that we can focus on mainly one. That's usually how it goes anyways, though. When I play this game, it's a bad habit. I end up having 60-70% of my focus on one driver, and then the other one just gets shafted, which is a bit sad. But yeah, Gasly and up, all of them are running pretty bad tires. They're 50% or lower. They're going to pit pretty soon, I think. And potentially, we could see them pitting onto the hards, which is probably what they're going to do. They're going to try and do a... they're going to go in the hards until the end of the race, I think. So with that in mind, we could really make something work. For now, I think the goal is just to stick with Leclerc. So we're not going to push the tires too hard already. We might push them a little bit later. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that the AI is just bad at adapting. All 5 of these cars, if you have tires below 50 and you don't take a free stop, you're just neutering yourself basically, which it's just sad to see, really.
Really good.
Lando is going aggressive here. We'll have to see, but I would expect him to pit within, you know, a couple of laps basically. Let's go neutral here so we don't burn all of our ERS. Again, Leclerc is the goal to keep up with. Overtaking the rest is just a bonus. F1 crash management game. Yeah. To be fair though, I don't have that many crashes each season. Like, I think each driver maximum has 3 or 4. Which kind of makes sense, really. Wow, that's I don't think I even have all Steam achievements. But yeah, I've always had a kind of a sweet spot for racing, but I mostly enjoyed more strategy and simulation games. So I didn't get into Motorsport Manager. I got it, didn't really feel it, but then I got this game. I was just like, yeah, this is what I've been waiting for. Yeah, I'm thinking that the thing is, Norris still has decent tire here. We've been on these for 15 laps basically, and he spent 20. Of course, a couple of these were behind a safety car, but I'd say even so, we are looking decent here. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to future patches, and front wings are really easily broken though. Honestly, as long as it's just components, I'm fine. Once the engine, gearbox, and ERS start taking damage, that's when I get a little bit upset here. We are slightly quicker, but that's generally just due to tire, I think, and the fact that we push engine. We do run a lot on the grass. Yeah, I'm saving a little bit of ERS here. We have about 50% now, so we might save a bit more if we get further up. But right now, Gasly is actually holding Leclerc up a bit.
Nice job.
Which is impressive in an AlphaTauri with half as good tires.
And McLaren with a great overtake.
I'm just going to allow him to burn. I'm not going to go that super micromanager. I don't know how to describe it. I enjoy management game, but when you micromanage too much, it becomes a little too much for me. I know that you can get superb results by doing so, but it just feels a bit unfair with the AI as it is. Yeah. Well, we are making our way up to basically the top here. I would assume that they're doing a one-stopper here onto hards. Well, two-stopper basically, onto either another set of mediums or hards here. That's the only thing that would really make sense. We have Stroll, Gasly, and Vettel here on softs, so there's some weird some weird strategy happening here. Honestly, after the first season, the game kind of becomes a bit repetitive, so I think if I do anything else in the future, and they don't add anything to the AI, we're going to be setting a few house rules to make it a bit harder to play, honestly. Give the AI a bit more of an edge. But they did change the AI during the last, during 1.8, so the AI is now a little bit competitive, but they're still being held back by the fact that we can put all sliders right, and they can, and they are forced to... what's it called? They're forced to use presets. So, Norris currently up into second here, and tire-wise, we are still looking good. Leclerc has a slight advantage with 1% there. Lap times, we are actually beating Leclerc out there, so that is a bit interesting, but this is all now one long DRS drain, so he has made time back here. So now it's a big question, do we gamble on just pushing these tires and try and get away from Leclerc? Or...
Okay, Lando, nice job.
Nice job, yeah, up into P1. The thing is, we could try and push here and just get away from Verstappen. I think we could. But, I don't know. Honestly, we can also just retain at this stage. Push to get out of the ERS. Let's go a little bit aggressive. Deploy some ERS then. I'm thinking the same thing, but I'm just a bit... I'm just a bit hesitant to do so on what is supposed to be a weaker car, because it's a double-edged sword. You can get out of the ERS, or you can literally put yourself in a pretty bad position if you're unlucky. I believe Max had DRS here. Maybe not. But Russell here is actually also falling a bit back, so if we can keep Verstappen with us and get the Mercedes to fall off, that would actually be funny. Honestly, the way that I would like to see it, oh, Verstappen pitted. Does Russell have DRS in? Nope. DRS battery empty. Okay, I should have stopped that earlier. We might need to harvest a little bit here, but Leclerc has now overtaken Russell, so they're not holding him back anymore. I'm thinking we keep burning fuel,
Just be careful
but we
with
harvest
this
a little
tyre.
bit here because I don't see us running away from the Ferrari. We might
And
do if the
recharge
Ferrari is
on,
not planning to
recharge
stop
on.
again and they're running
Confirm.
the tires on a bit more passive mode, if you will.
Just recharge off, please. Just recharge off.
Yeah,
Confirm.
we could try and go longer. Or basically just respond to what Leclerc does.
That sounds like
Either that or
someone
we
got
undercut
wide
him.
there.
Russell ran wide as well, so now Leclerc is 100% free. The thing that I would change with the sliders is that if you aren't using a preset, at risk. So that if I put all sliders to the right, I could get a great piece that I shouldn't have, but I could also end up with a worse piece. Like, make the presets relatively safe, but at risk if you go all sliders to the right. Make it more expensive, make it more risky, make so that it's actually a negative with it. Verstappen went softs. I don't see him doing those through the end. If so, they're going to be absolutely dead. Same for Sainz here. So, it's a bit interesting here. The tire choices of the AI. Let's speed things up a little bit because we're still looking pretty good. Leclerc is gaining though, which is kind of what you'd expect really, Ferrari versus McLaren. And he's gaining by a lot, he's gaining 7/10 down that last lap. Yeah, again, I feel like if you do the standard ones, you should have a fairly good chance of it just, you know, being the current system, but if you put every slider to the right, it should carry some potential risk and demerits. So, since Leclerc's going to catch up to us, we're just going to charge ERS while he hunts us. And we're going to slot in behind him and take advantage of his ERS and potentially go on the softs a bit earlier, maybe. What I'm thinking. I'm not thinking super early, but just early enough that we can actually make something work here. Back to neutral, so we can keep up, hopefully. And yeah, Leclerc's just
Advance the race position.
a rocket ship, right? We need to get up to the back of him during that DRS on the main straight. That is the only way we're going to be able to keep up. And we're also starting to run low on fuel, but we're going to burn it a little bit here just so we can keep up. But even so, I'd say we're in a good position. Ocon, Alonso, Tsunoda. Well, Ocon and Tsunoda, if they're planning to go to the end on those mediums, we should be able to really reel them in, no problem. And yeah, Verstappen's now down to 80%. He's also going to have to pit again. Let's go back to balance here. And again, we're just going to try and keep up with Leclerc. We could...
And save fuel from now.
Honestly,
please,
as long as we
save
keep
fuel
up
from
with
now.
Leclerc, we can just
Yeah.
stay on the mediums and try and get a little bit more out of those softs at the end. But it also depends on when Leclerc pits, because if he pits before us, I think we'll probably toast. Gasly, yeah, we should be able to come out in some clean air here between Gasly and Sainz for sure. Then it'll depend on what everyone else does. So Hamilton will have to pit. Again, Magnussen show. Alonso will have to pit. Leclerc as well. And it'll just depend on if Ocon and Tsunoda is actually trying to go the full distance. So everyone will actually have to pit, I think. And if they're running dead tires, we should be able to get them. Currently, though, we are, again, still looking really good here. Verstappen tire choice, yeah. I'm gonna have to have a look afterwards and see just how many pit stops some of these guys did. speed things up a little bit here. Honestly, we're playing the races a bit slower today, but we're starting off with such a fun one that I just can't resist. Honestly. Honestly, this is working pretty great. The fact that we can, on this long main straight here, get up to the back of Leclerc, and then we just lose a little bit of time during the rest of the lap. The fact that we're running aggressive, though, to keep up with him is kind of worrisome. Now, do we pit here, or do we try and extend? What do people think? Anyone with any bright ideas? Yeah, it's a bit more towards the min-max side, but we're not going super min-maxing during, or micromanagement during races. We're doing it a bit slower than... Leclerc has a little bit more on us in terms of tire, I believe. If we take a look here. Actually, keep running. He has 7% to gain on us, so we are running aggressive, mainly to keep up with him, because I don't think we would if we didn't. So he's 7% up on us, but... yeah, we have a lot of people pitting as well. So if we want to pit, we'll go full attack. But I think we try and extend at least one more lap. As suggested by Thanos. And I don't know if the plan was for you to extend longer, but I think at least one more lap. And if Leclerc pits, we're just going to have to throw in fuel, DRS, attack, everything. And try and... yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. If he pits this lap, we go... full-on attack with an overcut, and if he doesn't pit, we'll just pit next lap anyways. Because we are getting to that point where the softs will be the better choice. Yep, he's in.
Stay close.
I don't think we actually can deploy it. Did we get DRS though? Nope.
Leclerc has pitted.
Leclerc has indeed pitted. You are correct. Going to deploy ERS on the rest of the... It actually set up the pit stop though. There we go. Would have been a disaster if I actually forgot to just go neutral in the ERS. I like to burn it all, but we can try and go neutral here. I'm afraid that he's going to be so much quicker because he went straight on the softs there. Tire strategy, it's yeah, the driver input is very often taken into consideration too. Leclerc should be on 90% softs here, so we have tire advantage potentially on our softs. So we'll have to see just how quickly we can get into the pits. Currently though, Leclerc is 21 seconds behind us. But he is gaining, as you can see, so we'll have to see exactly how this goes. We gain about half a second, so we'll probably come out behind.
Okay, understood. And just remind you to use the pit limiter in the pit lane.
Would be hilarious if we actually got a speeding in the pit lane penalty. So where is Leclerc? He is just doing the final chicanes here. And here he is coming. How are we doing on our pit stop? 2.6 seconds. I think we might be in a bit of trouble here. I just barely keep up with him. No, he's just gonna zoom past. So now the big question is, do we hunt down Leclerc? Or do we try and do we just stick with this? Because 3.3 seconds is going to be rough, but hunting Leclerc is hunting for victory. So honestly, we are actually on roll here to get P2. So I think we just don't hunt down Leclerc, and I think we just play it safe. It's 17 laps to go. These guys are all on one tires. We should be able to hunt them down. And yeah, fair. I expect Ocon and Tsunoda to not pit, but we aren't that far behind them, really. Yeah, everyone's on a wax strategy, which messes things up a bit. 2.5 seconds to Leclerc, 2.2. If we go full deploy, we could potentially do this. We have go a little bit aggressive, go deploy. It is viable if we really, really go for it. Do we gamble everything here on catching up to Leclerc and potentially fighting for the victory on the last lap? Do we go for glory? It's a big question. They could. So what we could do is just go a little bit aggressive on the tires. Even just using deploy and fuel a little bit aggressive could work. We do already have an advantage in terms of tires. 11% here. So either we push or we gamble on Leclerc being held up by Sainz and Verstappen. Yeah, Perez is 4.5 seconds behind on or one soft, so yeah, we should be potentially safe there. I think we'll just try and deploy, maybe go a bit aggressive here, and we'll give it a lap or two to see if we can catch up. It's going to ruin our tires a little bit, but if we can get into DRS of Leclerc, I think it might be worth it. So we'll give it a little bit of a go here during this lap. If we maybe
If you can push.
are able to catch up with them. Yeah. Thing is, I would like to get DRS too. So I think we try this for a lap. We see how we're looking in terms of lap times, and if we are keeping up with them, we might be able to make it work. 8 times. We put it on 4 times at least here. Just don't want to burn a bit too much. DRS is completely empty though. We have gained a little bit. And potentially we can make something work if we just have a little bit to play with.
Recharge on then, please.
Okay. Yeah, confirm.
So let's see here if we can catch up here. We are losing a bit. I think we just go standard. Or can we make this work? Yeah, we still have time, so... Well, we have some pitting here. I say we go standard so we don't completely ruin our tires. We made a decent attempt. We still have tire to go on too, so we could stick with what we have. Then burn towards the end. We should probably also just harvest a little bit. Go standard, harvest a little bit, balance some fuel. Leclerc will gain a little bit on us, but hopefully we can catch up with this with the help of Verstappen here, maybe. Verstappen and Sainz. We should get Ocon at least. We are currently 10 seconds behind him. So E2 does at least seem viable, which would also be big for us. Maybe a bit cowardly of me to back out already, but don't want to throw everything away. Yeah, you will, but basically I can burn all of my extra fuel, I can burn all of my tires, and would just barely be able to keep up with them. That's what I'm feeling. But I think the real fight will be with Sainz, Verstappen, and Ocon for us. It's either that, or you know, they get held up by Sainz and Verstappen. Still, if we can get a podium here, that would be pretty amazing, all things considered. They are not making those softs last another 13 laps, and behind us we only have Perez with also pretty bad softs, so we'll play it safe here for a P2 finish. Will be the goal, I think. Victory would have been sweet, don't get me wrong, but our car isn't there yet. We could have potentially caught up, but here's the critical point here. If Leclerc actually gets hung up behind them, we might make something work. Because in terms of lap times, they're still quicker than us. Even on those old softs, so yeah. Would have been a big challenge. Let's speed things up a bit, see if Leclerc does get slowed down. I don't think he will. Oh, maybe. But still, they have the RS, and that's actually keeping them ahead.
Was that a lockup on the track?
Now, if Leclerc pushes them along, we might be in trouble.
I think we've had a car run wide.
Because I would be impressed if they keep those alive for another 10 laps. They might actually, so P4 might actually be what we end up with there. But we are gaining slightly on the front. We're not gaining a lot, but we're gaining slightly. So I think we go aggressive here to the end. Because it seems like they're actually going to just stick on these tires to the end of the Grand Prix. What I need here is them to get detached from Leclerc. ASAP. We have 6 laps to go. We have plenty of tire life compared to them. Let's go aggressive. Let's burn a little bit of extra fuel. Let's see if we can get them here. Because I was hoping they would pit. And it seems I was mistaken. So we'll have to see if we can make something work now during this these final minutes, if you will. We could have Vettel here, being a guardian angel, and hold them up. Oh, there we go. Sainz actually pitted. Is Verstappen going to do the same? This actually gives us a good chance to catch Verstappen.
Focus on fuel from now, please.
Cool.
Leclerc with a lockup as well. We're behind. We're past Leclerc.
Let's see what happened there. Watch this. There's Leclerc. Oh, and
Okay,
there's the
that's
lockup. That's the last thing they'll have wanted.
honestly, that feels unfair because he should have gone ahead of us.
Big blow to the team.
I can see what Ferrari feels, let's be honest. So now we have Verstappen in front of us as the only one, really. 4 seconds, 3 laps, and he is about to get into puncture range. So how far behind is Leclerc? Leclerc is 3.5 seconds. Basically the same as we are to Verstappen. Can we do this during these last 3 laps? Can we gain 1 second plus? And will Verstappen potentially decide to pit? These are the questions that we need to have answered. So Leclerc is gaining on us. How quickly gains on us is going to be a bit of a Leclerc, I'm stupid. I need to just set up a what's it called? A board that makes sounds with just random quotes from a soundboard. A board that makes sounds. Wow, I'm stupid. With some Verstappen is still so quick though. Like, what is this? Yeah, should have gone full attack a lap earlier. Sadly, I still don't think this is them. I think Verstappen has got it, unless he somehow gets a... He actually did a 1-stop. Unless he somehow gets a puncture here. He's actually going to get it with that. Well, it's still kind of what we expected, to be fair. If I got an attack a bit earlier, we might have gotten Verstappen, but still a podium. I'd say that's fairly good for us. Bit of a shame though that Verstappen actually made those tires last to the end. And of course a shame for Ricciardo for crashing out. I think he could have potentially played a role here.
It's a checkered flag, so we are boxes back.
I think you did something good with the strategy.
Great job, mate.
I think we did something good with the strategy, yeah. So thank you to everyone who helped me out with setting up Lando's strategy there at the start of the race. It helped out. So we actually end up with Lando here going, well, only +1 place. But still, 2 seconds behind Verstappen, 18 points. I think we can be okay with that. Red Bull 1-4, Ferrari 3-7. We have Alpine in 5th. Mercedes with a 6th and a 9th. And also Alpine in 8th. I'd actually missed that first time around. And Magnus is scoring points for Haas. So with this, does Lando move anywhere? No, he stays put in 6th. Ricciardo loses a place here to Ocon, who moves up to his 5th position. And Constructors, we are still here in 4th place. So shame for Ricciardo. But honestly, it's still a good race for us. We got our first podium of the season. And the only upgrade we brought so far is just the front wing. We'll have the underfloor for the next race, so that should be potentially a bit more interesting. But I believe the next race is actually Monaco, so qualifying is going to be a big deal. Development point for Lando. And of course we pay out the bonus clause. Should probably negotiate that away, but we made a decent amount extra on performance incentives, so we're good. 4.8 million. We are going to be losing points there until we get probably to the halfway mark of the season, is what I'm thinking. Now, underfloor design completed is something we're happy about. What is this? Car builds, action required. Ah, he broke his suspension. we have extra, that's fine. Underfloor, we're going to manufacture, and we have the Monaco Grand Prix in 4 days. If we want the underfloors to help our cars, we're going to have to emergency them. That's the only way we'll make it in time. We can get one built rushed, and we emergency the other, I think. It's going to be expensive, like really expensive. But since we're trying to max the first season here, I think we need to just take every potential for points. Renegotiate with Lando before he develops too much. We could potentially get that done. We'd probably do that with both our drivers, really. Or I think we plan to run Ricciardo out on the contract, so we'll have to see what we do there. Now, I hate that it goes to this, because this isn't the underfloor I just ordered. So if you aren't careful, you'll actually be, doing what I did there, manufacture the wrong underfloor, emergency-wise. Actually did the dumb that I warned about. I guess we could renegotiate with Lando here. Is this the correct underfloor? Can I check the one, just to be safe? This one, yeah. So I just wasted 750,000. I wasted a bonus, basically. That's a bit sad. And we're going to manufacture one rushed. And then we can do the other two normal. But, yeah, as you can see, this underfloor alone is a pretty significant upgrade to the car. So, let's just put that on car 1. And we'll have a look here now on analysis on what we can expect in terms of underfloor performance. And as you can see, it's already one of the top underfloors in the Grand Prix. One of the top. Help. Second best on high speed and airflow. Third best on drag reduction. So again, one of the best underfloors. But we're gonna make one more. And what I'm thinking is, since we're maximizing season 1, we are gonna be go ahead and design a new one. And do we have CFD hours ready? We do. So what we're going to do here, put in all the CFD again. And what we are going to be doing is also, again, all to the right. But instead of doing intense, like we usually do, since we are trying to maximize one season here, we are going to straight to rushed, because we want to get it out as quickly as possible. So by rushing this, we can get it out in 50 days. And since we're not making any more underfloors this season, it's the strategy. We're gonna just make this one rushed. Because, again, get it out as quickly as possible. And we'll try and do the same with the wings. It's not the best strategy for a long-term game, but for short-term, doing rushed, doing one intense and then a rushed is fairly okay. Let's just get the correct suspension now so we don't have this warning every time. And we should also have a quick look here on the powertrain. Looks like actually the crash wasn't too bad. Doesn't look like any of the powertrain components actually took damage. No, I've checked the wrong car. Okay, they did take a decent amount of damage. They took a gearbox took a real whacking. We are going to get an underfloor to car 2. We just need to get it produced. It'll be ready for Monaco. Lando accepted no less than 77.5 million. Yeah, that's going to be expensive. We should probably... Lando, how do you feel about a new contract? You currently paid 10 million. 4 years. See, if we do this, we give you 5-season contract, we pay you 12 million maybe? And we'll give you an extra million. How do you feel about this? Cost of hiring is 18 million here, in theory. So hopefully we don't have to pay that. Okay, he's actually happy with this. So we got rid of his bonus for an extra 2 million a year. And we have him for another year. I can live with this. We're going to renew the contract here. It's supposedly just 1 million, so it's kind of weird when you do it to a teammate that it still says that you break their contract. But with this, we have gotten rid of Lando's bonus. We could do the same here for Ricciardo, to just get rid of his bonus, honestly. Yeah, you basically decide which car they go in when you negotiate contract, which is a bit annoying, but I don't think it matters too much which car they're in, personally. I understand that most people want their number 1 driver in car 1 and the second driver in car 2, but to me it doesn't really matter too much. I just wish you could choose which one of them you want to start on when you start a race. What was I gonna do? Are we gonna renegotiate Ricciardo's contract too, maybe? We want to do that right away? It is decent. So the question is, how many years do we want to give Piastri in the seat? Driving the normal. How do I let my car strap? Ground. Sorry. Let me get to you quickly here. We change it up as we go, really. Most of the race, you will be running everything in standard, but depending on safety cars and other situations, you might want to switch things up. I haven't seen too much of morale hits, really. The main morale hit I see is if they don't win. But I don't think morale is super fleshed out here. Ricciardo has low growth potential, yeah, but we kind of want to keep him for a little bit. So I think we do try and get rid of his bonus. Currently he is... Let's give him a 2-season deal. Give him a bit more money. And see if this is enough to get rid of his race target bonus. Because I do want to do a couple of first seasons here with the original drivers. And we can basically grow Piastri into the perfect driver in the meantime, so I'm perfectly happy with this. If he accepts it. Yeah, the bonuses are rough. So he's not happy with the contract length. We are going to have to give him a bonus if we want to have him to sign a new one. So we could try 3 seasons. And worst case scenario, we'll just have to breach his contract. We want to... if we want to get Piastri, we could also just go something like this. Race target bonus 10,000 for 10. I've seen people make that work. Let's see how he feels about this. He wasn't happy with that either. Understandable. Have a nice day. Let's try and see how he feels about 3 seasons, and if not, we might just keep him as is. We could sign Hamilton, yeah. Still not happy with it, so I'm probably gonna have to give him a 5-year contract here if we want to renegotiate. If not, we're gonna just keep him as is. We are gonna be losing potentially 20. Well, we are on race what, 7, 6. So we're gonna potentially lose a huge chunk of money just in bonuses. It's basically just the science for seasons he's not happy with, so I think we can leave him like this, and maybe we will switch him out next year potentially. We'll have to think about it. Yeah, Hamilton is still decent though. Like on the Williams save, we had Piastri, basically a world champion at I think 450,000 a year for those first 5 years. So if you get them young, you can really make a bargain. We saved a lot of money doing that. But for now, I think we're just gonna leave Ricciardo as he is, and we'll have to consider if we do something else later on. Maybe 100,000 per top 10. If anyone has any good ideas, we'll get back to him after the next race. So with that, I think we have everything that we wanted done. How we're looking on projects. We have all projects done. The underfloor will be ready. I think we're good. So let us go. I just want to check one more thing here. The front wing. The front wing is also coming along nicely here. So get another front wing design out. Get another rear wing design out, and I think we'll be golden basically. Ricciardo out to bankrupt McLaren. Yeah, one might think so at times, but Norris renewed his contract, so we got rid of, you know, one big bonus there. So I think we can live with having one of them have the bonus. It's not the best you could ever do, but it's acceptable. We also have the design center upgrade coming in here in 3 days. So I need to nab an engineer from a project and put it on a new one. I guess we're going to use that new slot to really just design smaller parts, because I want to wait until the next ATR period before we do a front wing. Or we do a quick front wing before the ATR period and do 3 of them. We'll have to consider what is the best approach there. Qualifying position, Q3. Let's have one driver in Q3. One driver top 10 here. Let's see if we can maybe fulfill that. Monaco is basically qualifying, so if we're unlucky here, we're going to be very sad. One driver, top 10, 5 races. It's very conservative, considering how we've done, but I like to play it safe with these. It's so easy to get a couple of accidents and then you're down tremendous, really. It's big risk, big reward, but also I don't feel like it's worth it. Yeah, I know. Red flag, safety cars, the entire shebang here in Monaco is viable. So it could potentially come into play, yeah. And we'll have to see what we do with Ricciardo here with his already wrecked set of car components here. So we should have a new underfloor for my man here. We don't want to emergency manufacture, we want to slap it on the car. And with this, now we do have fairly decent, fairly okay stats, honestly. They're not decent yet, they're okay. But with that, we should be able to perform a lot better. Let's slap in the practice engine, the practice gearbox. And for now, we can just use the CRS bit until it's low. And for Ricciardo here, it did wreck another engine, so we could give him a new one here. We are probably going to have to give him a new gearbox for sure. And the second ERS, so that's a bit of an ouch. But not really much we can do about that. Yeah, I enjoy playing the guarantees safe. It's just a bit more peaceful for my mind. Let's see here. How do we want to do in terms of the setup here? We need to max everything, basically. That is the Monaco way. 35, 85. That looks good. And then we just do the same for the other car. There we are. Car parts looking good for both cars. Yep. Piastri in a seat. Yep. Let's simulate the session. Decent first session here, both in what would have been in Q3 theory. Decent setup here from Norris, and it's interesting that Piastri made it too. Let's see here how we're looking. We're great there, we're good, only good, so I don't know which way you want me to nudge this. Let's try something like this maybe, and we will try and keep that optimal. And we'll see what the AI does with this. We have moved a little bit further down the straight line speed. We're gonna allow the AI to mess with Norris's. Finances video could be a good one. Honestly, finances in this game is a bit silly, but yeah, could make a video about that. I'll put that in my idea bin. Thank you very much. Honestly, I'm kind of iffy with guarantees in the first season, but the second season forwards usually are dominant enough there that it shouldn't be an issue. Okay, so we're a little bit off here on the braking stability, but otherwise things are okay, so... Okay, maybe that should be good. And Norris can just be improved by the AI, I think. Let's see where he's at. Okay, so if we move that like that, then we move you a little bit below, that should be good. When you go over the cost cap, you get fines, so no real penalty. You just aren't allowed to develop any new parts. I actually tested this in the Williams save. You aren't allowed to use any money other than emergency manufacturer, I believe. You aren't allowed to design anything. You aren't allowed to research anything. But other than that, really, you aren't really penalized. You just pay fines for being above the cost cap. So it's a very minor penalty as far as I've seen, especially seeing that you don't really struggle for money in this game. Looking okay here then, in practice. Hopefully we can get Ricciardo into Q3, potentially. Maybe not. He apparently has picked up a penalty. You're having a bad time, aren't you? Do we want to use the 70 engine, or do we want to give him a fresh one? What do you guys think? I think for Norris we can just use what we have. It should be okay. The question is, before we start this qualifying, do we want to give him a new engine or not? Keep the 70? I think it should be okay. He'll have a bit less performance than Norris, but honestly, I feel like this is one of those tracks where putting a 100 in... Honestly, we could put the 100 in just for qualifying and then give him the 70 for the race. Which honestly probably is the best idea. I'm thinking just that little bit extra performance might squeeze him into Q3 if we're lucky. So we're going to do a bit of a cheese here. We're going to give him the 100% engine. We're going to use that in quali. And for the race, we're going to put him back on the 70. You can actually do this without any penalties, which is funny. Yeah. So I think that should be alright. Let's see here if there's anything we can tweak. I don't want to move this. It's just a bit too risky. 97 is still more than okay. We could move the bias a little bit that way, maybe. See if that works. It's either that or the other way, so we can get 100% on him guaranteed. Let's give this a go. See if he outqualifies Nando with a 12% better engine. I didn't check the weather forecast. Are we expecting rain?
Check and check the drink.
Check the drink.
Yep, radio's good, drink's good.
Let's get them both out on a quick run here.
Should be starting.
Hopefully we can avoid traffic, because here it's really bad. I know that on Sao Paulo specifically, the AI will not go for a run before you have cleared your first one. And it seems like we're lucky enough that they will do the same here. Yeah, the 100% engine wasted during the race with the setting, that is true. Okay, they're both coming in, which is what I'd hope, honestly. Yeah, I'm thinking they'll just use 100% engine in quality. That's actually also a strategy that I probably should put in that guide. Just use your third engine as purely a quali engine. Then you can have a bit better qualifiers with the help of that. It's something you can potentially do. Now, I guess we will try and be save the tires if we can. Paris pipped us by 8/10 to Ricciardo. Let's see how the other teams are looking here. Russell is actually behind, so I assume he got held up. Speed things up a bit here. Looking good so far. Leclerc is actually behind Norris so far. That is worrisome for him. I think we might be good here to the point where we are not going to be running an extra run here. We're just going to assume that we're safe. I feel that should be okay. Yeah, 9th place here. We have almost, well, 8/10 down to Magnussen, so I think we're just going to save it so we have extra soft compounds to run. I think it should be okay.
Well done, mate. Great day.
Well done, mate. Great day. So yeah, we survived. 7th and 10th on that first Q1 run. That is good. So we'll do the first run like I usually do. I just enjoy doing it on the old compound and then one run on the new at the end. It's just how I prefer to do it, personally.
Radio check.
Let's do the same thing. See if we can get them out early.
Okay, radio check.
And hopefully get a run in here before anyone else does. Yeah, that is a good shout, RGB, that we keep a set of softs. Now, these guys have run out early enough that they probably will not be a problem. Hamilton could be, though. Anyone else leaving the pits? Anyone that's going to be an annoyance for us? Nope, looks like we're good. We'll have to see if we have, if we're looking pretty good, we might just try and skip the second run altogether, but that's a risky one, I think, when we're already running all the tires on the first run here. Hopefully you guys can make it back to the pits. Otherwise I'm going to be a bit sad and disappointed, honestly. Looking okay so far. Let's just reconfigure the cars just to be on the safe side. Yeah, but with the new underfloor we might have a bit more luck. As of now, I would assume maybe Gasly and Magnussen wouldn't be able to get us. So it might still be okay. I think Norris is safe. So I think we send Ricciardo out on a second run here just to be 100%, you know, confident. Verstappen should be able to pip us easily. He did. Gasly is below us, but again, we're just 1/10 away here from getting booted out. And Russell is among the electives as well as Ocon, so I think we'll do one more run with Ricciardo. It's a good shout to try and play it safe here. Let's give him a little bit more to run on. That's the one we want to send out. Honestly, the first time I played this game, I thought this was, oh, Bottas has a penalty. I didn't realize it was the at-risk sign. Now, Ricciardo, what can you do on the in your final run here? Well, he improved and just barely managed to keep himself in, so still all right. Not the greatest ever, but decent enough. Now the big question is, can we actually do a good third qualifier here and potentially get us up into a higher position? So we could, what I'm thinking we do for Norris is actually just keep 2 handy. 2-stop is probably not what we're going to do anyways, but could be funny. Russell out Crikey. At least it wasn't Schumacher this time. Yeah, I think we do it like this. Lando should be able to get a decent run on that, the second one. Yeah, we're gambling on saving 2 softs here for Norris. That way we have
yeah, all good.
we have some potentially, we can change our minds if we feel like it. Shouldn't be any rain, so we're good on that. Sun towards the end. Now who's gonna ruin our qualifying? Perez, you traitor. Oh yeah, Norris got held up a lot there. Norris half a second slower than Ricciardo. That's the best proof you could get there. Let's reconfigure. We're going to use fresh soft for Ricciardo. We're going to have to. And we're going to use the fresh soft for Norris. And we'll do a run at the end of the pack. Yeah. The only way any sort of counter strategy will work if there's big gaps in the pack, but that isn't too likely, honestly. Monaco is a bit too crowded, really, for that to work. See if we can make something out of this now on this final run. I know you need to refuel soon. I just need you to go over the line first. Norris got up to 7th at least, so same as in Q2. Not the worst qualifying here, but if we can maintain positions, we'll be able to stay in the points at least. And maybe we can take, for Norris here, might be able to take the Alpha. But this is one of the most annoying tracks to overtake on. So, I don't have high hopes, but we might be able to make something work here. In terms of what we can expect from the tires, the softs are half a second quicker. They do degrade fairly quick, and the mediums are again half a second quicker than the hards. In terms of degradation here, the softs are probably pretty good, honestly. So we might see what kind of strategy do we want to use here. Soft to a hard could work. But that would rely on us being able to actually overtake during the first couple of laps. Other than that, we have the medium to hard. We could also start and try and go long. Get some shenanigans going, but I think that would mostly just create gaps. Thinking medium hard, Rogan? Could be viable for sure. Hard medium. Thing is, we ended up saving softs. I kind of want to try and use them. We have 2 fresh softs for Norris. We only have 1 for Ricciardo, so we could try and have him go the hard one since he's in the back. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, the said guy. Soft hard, medium hard. In theory, they're the same. And we have fresh softs for both our drivers, so we could make that work. And I think softs are going to be our best chance to even, you know, try and make up some places. So I'm thinking we go soft to hard for both drivers here. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Especially for Ricciardo here. He has that penalty. So he's way down the field anyways. Yeah, it will fall off, but Norris has decent smoothness, so he will be slightly above that as long as we don't run aggressive. So he will just barely make this work. And it should basically be the same for Ricciardo. So I think give this a go. Honestly, currently we're set for... What are we set for? 6 points? And I'd rather take a little bit of risk and get more than just 6. Could try and overfuel a little bit, yeah. Give them 80 laps worth of fuel. Let them push the first few ones. Yeah, we can't push on tires. That's a good shout. 80. Is that too little? Should we give them more? This way they can run maximum fuel for quite a while. I think we tried this. It's not optimal by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it's probably our best shot at getting points here. I think. Push on fuel and deploy at the beginning. Well, it's good if you're in the front, but the ploy's just to use it everywhere. Yeah. That is true. So we could try and go medium for Norris just to play it safe. That way we secure points at least, and we can gamble with Ricciardo. That's the other way to play it. It's either we go all in or we split it and play safe with Norris. And honestly, kind of a hard one. I'm thinking. I think if we get up here and we get a bit of a gap here, because we are planning to run 30 laps on these softs, well, 29 laps, we should be able to get a gap with that, honestly. So I still think it should be an okay one. But what we could do with Ricciardo to try and help Norris is give him the hards to begin with. And just basically play him as your job is to hold up the people behind you when they pit. We could. But again, it's just that I want to use the softs. It's just funny to me. We could go medium and then use softs if we see the opportunity. Let's split them. Let's give it a go. It should still be okay. I think we're good. That way we get at least as many strategies as we can.
We're here and the streets are abuzz at the Monaco Grand Prix. And it's lights out and away we go. Lights out and away we go. So Norris has already gained 1 place. Can he get the Mercedes? Nah. Bottas is coming back though.
We're now at P7. P7 at the moment.
Yeah, they can make anything work sadly at the beginning. Norris could still make this. Ah, he gave up. Got squeezed out. Was an opportunity. Sadly, we couldn't capitalize. So we have a couple of hard runners here. Russell, Joe, Tsunoda. Hopefully we can get past Show here. And Magnussen and Russell, hopefully. And there's 3 other medium runners here. And the soft runners that we're using high degraded tires. Maybe soft would have paid off here, honestly. Hi, Gore. Let's speed things up a bit. Monaco is a bit difficult with the overtaking, so we might just go a bit neutral in the beginning, slow things down a bit. We will be trying to allow Ricciardo here to climb his way up into the points at least. And that's basically what we want to see, him overtaking on the pit straight. Oh, he's tussling with Magnussen.
DRS is now enabled.
Can he get Magnussen here is the big question. Maybe. But we are going to have to recharge some DRS here. Good. Go to the interval so we can actually see something that's a bit more interesting. So Russell has already lost out 2.8 seconds here. We'll go neutral on Norris too. Can still burn fuel.
McLaren gain a position.
And we'll consider to do something here later on. Maybe we should harvest a bit as well.
And recharge on is okay, please.
And we'll recharge for Ricciardo too here. And once he's charged up, we'll try and give him overtake on the main straight again. See if he can make something work on against Russell. That is a fairly alright strategy. Or it's actually kind of getting left behind here, so that is concerning as well. Might have to push a bit harder to catch up. Yeah, true. I think we'll harvest to the end of this lap. We're good here now. And in terms of Norris here, we are kind of regaining, but not by a lot. So we might end up deploying here, or running a little bit aggressive to catch up to the guys in front. Ricciardo actually took Russell on neutral, so that is good to see. And I'm tempted to actually let him deploy, so that we don't pull Russell along with us here. And we should really just do this for Norris as well. Just deploy and get him back up to that DRS train. He is just outside of it, so we'll deploy, get him into the DRS train, and that way we can make something work probably. We can harvest more ERS afterwards, really. So I think it's all right. Back to neutral. Don't burn everything. That's going to make life even rougher. We're going to be harvesting. We should be able to keep up with the fuel burn. And Ricciardo here is now starting to close down the gap, hopefully to Alonso. It's going to be rough. We instantly fell behind here as soon as we started saving a little bit. Yeah, can't really make that work. We're just a little bit too slow there with Hamilton pulling Bottas along. Need to get a little bit closer before we can start harvesting. Speed things up a bit. Ricciardo is 3.5 seconds behind Alonso. He is getting closer though, slightly. And then he's falling further behind. Let's check lap times here. Sorry about that, I need to mute my Discord. So Norris and Bottas has pretty similar lap times. Hamilton is pulling a little bit away. Ricciardo is also having pretty close to the guys in front, so pulling away from Magnussen though. That is good to see. And hopefully we can get a gap there so that it's worth it. We could push tires, yeah, to try and keep up, but for now I think we're good. It's going to be a challenge to get past Norris, really. So if we can hold on to him, that it will be the main goal. Yeah, sorry about that. I should have muted my Discord. That is on me. I always forget to mute Discord. Good push, but he is slowly gaining. The risk with pushing is that he's just going to completely run out of tire. He is pushing fuel, though. Gonna have to go balance there on Norris. We can push a little bit longer on Ricciardo. Allow him to get Gasly and Alonso, I think. That should be okay. Norris has actually gotten Bottas. Okay. I missed that. I was too focused on Ricciardo. He is now in DRS range, so we're going to push it down to balance there. And probably gonna have to conserve. Yeah, Ricciardo made it into DRS on his own, so we didn't really need to sacrifice any tires here. But he is burning them probably a bit quicker than anticipated, so we could be kind of in trouble here, potentially. I'm popular now? I don't think I'm that popular, but still, thank you. Norris is still looking good. We are losing to Hamilton. That's just how things are. Might also have to conserve a little bit here because we're getting a very slight amount of fuel every lap. So for Ricciardo, he'll have to conserve later. Pit window has been entered. Pit window, well, pretty harsh here. Lap 29 and lap 34. 33. Nah, don't worry, it's fine. We gained a position. It's not bad. And as you can see here, the soft runners are running their tires into the absolute ground along with Ricciardo, so I wouldn't apologize really. What we could do here is try and get Ricciardo onto the hards earlier. I don't know what the lap times are now for 18.43. What's the expected lap time for hards? 116? Well, that is if you consider them, you know, in the competitive fuel range. So what we could do here is try and pit Ricciardo early and do an undercut, potentially. It is possible. And we could even do the same later on for Norris, if we feel like it. So, it's not bad. Because 3 people in front of here are going to be pitting within a couple of laps, I think. So, if we pit now, we push these tires. Even pushing them wouldn't really matter. We go one more lap, I think. Yeah, we go one more lap. We pit Ricciardo this lap. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We are on that 2-lap undercut window for Ricciardo, so I'm thinking we pit him now for the hards. And we try and see if we can maybe jump, potentially, the 3 cars in front. Because we are, well, 2 cars really. Sorry, I was a little bit too trigger happy there. We might be able to jump Gasly and Alonso if we're lucky. And we actually come out in a little bit of clean air. Yeah, so we have clean air, we have a good spot. We might have liked a little bit more. Let's see, can we get... I should have pushed harder. We got one of them. No, we actually got both of them. It worked. That's good to see. So, this might actually help us here, because I think Leclerc came out just in front of us. Now, if we can stick with Leclerc until we pit, that would be amazeballs. But yeah, Ricciardo did pull off his move here, so as long as we stay in front, we'll be okay. We might have to conserve tires towards the end, but it should be okay. Shouldn't be too easy to overtake, hopefully. Now, Norris here is the interesting one. I'm tempted to just deploy and sacrifice all of our ERS. I'll go find the Discord link. There is the Discord link if you want to join. See. We could push Norris' tires, yeah. RGB, it's probably a good idea. Just go aggressive to the end. He is in the start of his pit window, so pushing. And again, we're just trying to stick with Leclerc, gain a little bit of extra lap time due to DRS. So this is probably going to be our future for quite a few races, honestly. But we're still losing out big time, as you can see, even with deploy. So don't think it's really viable, but we can at least push. Has Bottas actually pitted? He has, so we are gonna actually have to pit now, I think, if we want to even do something. Let's go full attack, push fuel, and we're gonna pit for hards. I think Bottas might have already undercut us, sadly. Yeah, I think Bottas might have already gotten us. Oh, we'll have to hope that Norris has a good stop here, really. Yeah, Bottas got... Did he? Yeah, he just barely got us. That's on me. Should have pitted Norris a lap earlier, really. And as I said, we might have to conserve some fuel here, and we'll be doing it in the corner sectors, really. But for now, can we... We are still in DRS range, I think. The interval here is acting very funnily. Let's see. In terms of pitting, Perez still needs to pit in front of us, but he has more than enough gap for that. Like way too much gap. Ricciardo is still in 10th here, but he is on the back of Show. And Show and Russell will both have to pit, so I say we're in okay position. As long as Russell doesn't get too far ahead, we might come out with both cars here in the in the points. Russell has actually overtaken a show. Did he pit? Sorry, Ricciardo has overtaken a show.
McLaren gain a position. Let's take a look at the replay. Daniel Ricciardo involved here.
Got him on the straight with DRS. Pretty good. The only problem that I potentially see is that we are going to have to play the fuel game. And honestly, we might as well start early, but Russell is actually being kind of slow. Yeah. Ricciardo got him without any extra help, so Russell is running kind of slow already. Got the RS2 with Latifi. So currently things are looking... It's not a super good result, but it's a decent enough result, really. Yes, once we get to lap 50, we'll start to more manually conserve some fuel. Because we might be in a bit of trouble here. Speed things along a bit. Should be alright. Norris is losing out a bit to Bottas as we see here. Rick is flying. Yeah, he's doing a really good job here. Should probably just give him that 100% engine instead of the 70. Now, in terms of tires, we are again used a little bit more than the rest of the field here for the most part. So hopefully we can make something work, and hopefully we can keep say Russell out behind us. We could potentially also burn a little bit of tire from Norris, see if we can get ourselves into the DRS range of Bottas. I believe we might have had a bit of an advantage here due to Vettel being a bit annoying to overtake for Bottas, so we might be lucky with Stroll too. Russell has indeed not pitted yet. Yeah, he's 46% on those halves after 50 laps, so he's making them last for sure. So he's definitely going on the softs towards the end. So it'll just be, can we keep him behind? Now Norris has actually caught up to Bottas and is now within DRS range. We'll have to see if we can make a move towards the end. I don't know, honestly. It's 10 seconds. It's not that easy to get. We don't have fuel we can push on. We'd have to push on tire. And the tire will just barely last to the end. So sadly, I don't think it will pay off. It would be an interesting strategy for sure, but it's just a little bit too risky for me. He's also just slightly slower than them to begin with. And while I was babbling here, Norris actually got Bottas and is running away. Hi, Calvin. Malaysia. That's pretty far away. The thing with the fuel on this track too is that it's you just barely run, for the McLaren at least, we just barely run positive. So we were down 0.2. We've been down 0.2 for a while, and it's just barely now down to 0.0. So we might also have to run for just a little bit and conserve here to be on the safe side. We should probably be safe towards the end, but again, it's just going to be hard for Ricciardo here to push up. Could potentially make it work, but it's a bit too much of a risk. Yeah, Russell is all the way back here, so he's pretty far behind. If we go to leader, plus 1 lap. Yeah, he's pretty far behind. So since his lap 2 was safe until we get lapped, which is ironic. Oh, never mind. Ricciardo has had a crash with a front wing damage. The man is cursed. Man is truly cursed. I'm from Norway, so basically the other side of the planet, Calvin. Okay, so what has Ricciardo been doing? Looks like he has been having a tough day with, not Gasly, the other AlphaTauri. Did he touch Tsunoda while lapping him? South Africa, from all around the world. Hamilton fast to catch, yeah. Yeah, I think Make Your Own Team will probably be a part of the next game, or potentially a DLC, maybe around Christmas time, to make things more interesting and get more sales. Australia, yeah, we have people from basically all around the world, which is amazing. Even trying to guess my accent. Thing is, I've been playing games for a long time, so I've been playing a lot with English people, with American people, with a couple of Aussies as well. So my accent is a weird mix of all of them, and sometimes I'll just randomly drift into one without thinking much about it. So, but at least I don't have potato Norwegian. Like, yeah, the land of Magnus Carlsen. Like a lot of my friends, Northern Ireland, England, yeah. So, but a lot of people here from around the whole world too, which is very, very interesting, very, very fun, honestly. What shall we do with Ricciardo, though? Do we box him for that front wing? Or do we gamble and let him stay out? Do you think he's going to be able to get Ricciardo's place? Maybe. Honestly, Ricciardo has a pretty terrible start so far. That looks like a pretty hard hit, too, because he slid. Please get going. Are you out? Or are you going to park there so we get a red flag?
It's chaos on the track. Let's have a look.
See what actually happened. Did Tsunoda hit him? Okay, that looked like just a shoulder check from Ricciardo, and then it looks like car just gave up. That looked really, really weird.
And that was a bitter blow for
I guess Ricciardo is collecting penalties. He might actually not be allowed to race soon.
Let's take a closer look.
From Poland, yeah? That's pretty good. Boxing put on a pair of softs. Spain made it damage too much. The thing is, front wings don't have that much of an impact with the underfloor. New Zealand. Yeah, I get a lot of that too, where I can sound a lot of different people. The thing is, when you play online with a lot of people that have different accents, you end up emulating them, even unconsciously. Let's see, where is Alonso? He's right behind Ricciardo here. We have a virtual safety car. Indian for my YouTube name. I guess that makes sense. Could be. We could try and box him under the virtual safety car, but he's still going to lose out. According to the interval here, Alonso is 6 seconds behind, but he's really on his... already about to run past him here, potentially. So we'd lose 1 place at the very least, maybe some more. But it's basically if we decided that we keep him out and gamble for the last 14 laps, or we pit him and try and have him push. It's one or the other. The thing is, it looks like they're moving here now. Ricciardo is on his way up here. We can try and... yeah, it's moving again. So, could be a full safety car. We can set him up for pit stop and then cancel it, maybe. But it's a rough one. Yeah. The non-lights are pretty sweet. But, it's kind of hard to plan for. Honestly. Softs would smash hards, yeah. There's 4 seconds left from the front wing. Yeah, he does have major damage. If it was live, we might have tried to keep him out. I guess we get him in on the softs then, and try and make something out of this. We don't really have a very good set of softs though. We have a 91 then. That's estimated to come out in 11th. So if he's lucky, he might be able to fight for some points again. I know that this doesn't really work well under the WC, but let's just try and push. And let's see if we can get him into the pits and out in a good position. Norris, we could potentially also consider pitting him. Bottas is 58 on the hards. Norris has a pair of fresh, so we could be cheeky here because we'll be safe from everyone else. But I don't think... Nah, honestly, there's no point. We wouldn't catch up with Hamilton anyways, unless it's a full safety car. Yeah, it could be lower, but if we look at the... that doesn't actually allow us to do anything. It will probably be lower, but if it's so slow and so uneven that it loses in the corners, then doesn't matter. I don't think we're going to pit Norris, though. He's... The only thing that we potentially do is lose the position to Bottas. If it was a full safety car, we would have done it, honestly. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Norris doesn't have anything to gain from pitting. If it was a full safety car, we could have gone up to Hamilton, Paris, and the rest of the field there, and just lost position to Bottas, and they're all on hards. Then it could have been a winning move. Yeah, but Tsunoda got a penalty, so I assume Tsunoda here actually slammed it into us for once. And you can actually see that Ricciardo slow is holding everyone up. Let's see just how much we lose. Magnussen is the one we're gonna have to beat. Are you just waiting to wait, or?
And virtual safety car ending, virtual safety car ending.
Yeah, we lost a bit more than we
DRS is
expected,
enabled.
but that's just how it is, sadly. Out in 13th, so Russell here is also on soft, so could be interesting. Yeah, it's still a decent amount of laps to move on. We're not going to go full on aggressive, though. That's a bit too much.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Let's see if we can potentially make something work. If we gain on the cars in front, we'll be good. Already caught up with the Merc. Guess we'll give him overtake next time we get over here. And hopefully get past Ocon quickly. Yeah, he still has a small chance of getting into the point still. So I'm not giving up on him. Not by far. And there we are. He did manage to get Ocon. Now let's just see if we can hunt down Russell. And of course Magnussen.
McLaren gain a position.
For Norris' sake, we just need him to stay where he is, so honestly, leaving everything in neutral is okay. We'll be focusing on Ricciardo. And he actually sat the fastest lap.
Good lap.
So potentially an extra point there if we get him up 2 more positions. So Magnussen is here. 12 laps to go. Should be able to make it up, really, if we don't get stuck behind Russell. We're on DRS. And I guess on this next lap we're going to go on full attack once we get to the corner here. And we also... Russell has actually caught up with Magnussen as well, so... Potentially, yeah, there's 10 laps to go. We could even get Alonso and Gasly potentially. So... Still potential here, honestly. The thing with the fastest lap in top 10 is basically you need to score points to get it, so you can't, as a back marker, just go for fastest lap, I think was the idea, but honestly it's a bit weird. Yeah, we do need to get past Magnussen though, hopefully on this straight right now, which should be really easily doable, honestly. Just speeds past.
And McLaren with a great overtake.
Yeah, Russell is gaining a lot on the car in front. Russell is 115, 116, so 1.5 seconds. And we were stuck behind Magnussen for a while there, and we actually got Russell on just pure DRS. So it looks like we will get up to Alonso and potentially Gasly, so this wasn't too bad of an idea. Thank you to the people who supported it. Excuse me. Yeah. Basically, for the teams at the back, they wouldn't be fighting for top 10 anymore. They'd be fighting for getting fastest lap on the final lap rather than trying to get in the top 10. Yeah. Carter up to 9th now. He's making work. Doing work.
Now look at this. Daniel Ricciardo involved here.
With the underflow and the front wing we have, I'm actually pretty sure we are top 4, top 5 maybe? Maybe even higher. I don't think we're Merc yet, but maybe the top 4, that-wise. But we've had some good results here. Ricciardo really, really doing work up into 8 now. 36 up to Bottas though. I don't feel that is really doable, so we just want him to maintain his current position. Hello, Fat Sweet. Your comment is real? If you commented on a video and I haven't replied, I'm sorry. I'm currently been busy streaming for the last couple of hours, so that would be why I haven't seen it. I'll be looking over comments later, so if you have a question, feel free to ask here, and I'll try and respond. If not, I'll be responding to comments on videos after the stream. Yeah, given the... Good to see you, a real man. Yeah, given the fact that he got Tsunoda, I'd say we are fairly happy with this. It's basically what he was looking towards before that that hit. Honestly, we can just speed things up here. I think we are towards the end. I don't think anyone can challenge R2 cars. Let's just speed up the last couple of laps here. And if he also gets fastest lap, I should actually push for fastest lap. Can we still do that? This is probably not the best gamble I've ever done in my life with Ricciardo's current track record in terms of accidents, but we'll try and go full on attack. We should probably have tried and charged a bit of ERS to be safe, but I don't think anyone can nab fastest lap from him. There we are. We should be safe here now, unless Norris crashes out. Oh. I got a little bit scared there. It was luckily luckily Ricard.
Good job, Daniel. And look after the fuel on the in-lap.
Honestly, qualifying 7th and 10th with penalty 13th, I'd say 6th and 8th is a decent result here. It's just very difficult to overtake. Unfortunately, we didn't have any safety cars to take advantage of. Latifi is 3 laps behind the leader. He survived the 4 lap because... But yeah, Tsunoda got punished for his transgression, unfortunately, down to 19th. Ferrari, Red Bull, every second one. Mercedes 5th, Bottas 7th. AlphaTauri 9th with Gasly and Russell 10th. That's true. Yeah, it was actually pretty good. I didn't think Ricciardo would be able to make such good work out of it, and we also got the extra point there for the fastest lap. So we could actually have tried to get extra money. With this though, both our drivers stand where they are. Bottas moves up to space, so does Paris. And in the constructors now, we are still gaining on Mercedes, but we're kind of lacking towards the top 2, of course. It was a decent race, yeah. Latifi is driving a golf cart. The thing with Latifi is he has 70 overall, but he's lacking pace stats, basically. Ocon in 9th, yeah. Pedro Gasly. Yeah, Gasly. I do know that I sometimes do pronounce my words very, very poorly when I end up speaking quickly, so... If you need me to slow down my speaking, do yell in chat, because I have a tendency to get excited and then it just goes a bit too quick. A Spanish newspaper did call Gasly that? Really? That's funny. Adaptability. I feel like adaptability is a waste of stat. Because, Mexican newspaper. You've started a war now between the Spanish and the Mexicans. Who was the newspaper? It's still a funny one, though. I don't think they meant anything negative about it. In terms of driver stats, we can have a quick look here once we get out of this menu. We paid the Ricciardo fee here because I couldn't negotiate a new contract. It's okay. Science Center has been upgraded. Beautiful. You now have an extra project. But quickly in terms of driver stats, personally, I'd say the 3 pace stats are king. They should be what you should be focusing most of your points into. Because the thing is, if you don't have pace, it doesn't matter how good you're at overtaking, defending, how much control, accuracy, and smoothness you have. You just won't get into position to win to begin with. So I say pace stats are your first priority. Accuracy and control is probably your second priority. And again, I haven't seen too much resulting from overtaking and defending really in the earlier saves. And adaptability in particular is the ability to adapt to poor weather on track. Improves the driver's acceleration and cornering speed on tires not suited to weather track levels. So basically, if you're on the wrong tire, adaptability helps you out. This is such a very rare occurrence though, that I'd say this is probably the perk that, well, the stat that matters least, honestly. So keep that in mind. It's circumstantially good, but it's so rare that I feel like the other stats are better. If this stat makes you win 2 out of 22 races, but the other stats make you win the other 20, then you know what you choose. I was P1, P4, Inters all the way. Okay. That could just be... I don't know, the wet racing in this game is a bit weird, honestly. The way that it works is that I can show you once we get back into the game, or into a race. Facility upgrades does not count towards cost cap. Facility upkeep does, so we can have a quick look at that too if we want to here. Cost cap. We have projected cost cap, and here you can actually see what the costs are. Car part development is pretty straightforward. Design and design costs, basically. Straightforward. It's what we're used to so far this season on designs. Research, again, pretty explanatory. It's research costs. We haven't done any so far. We have no cost there. Staff salaries is, well, staff salary. No biggie there. Engineering team is engineering team, scouting team, pit crew. Emergency purchases, help is what we did with the underfloor. We wasted 750,000 of the cap here. And the facilities here, it's not facility upgrades or refurbishment, it's just upkeep. So you can spend as much as you want to upgrade facilities, but honestly, a lot of the facilities just aren't worth it. And even if you upgrade all facilities, you will be fairly easily reaching the cost cap if you upgrade all of them. So honestly, there's some that just aren't worth it. And if we take a quick look here, your factory, upgrading this to 3 will be more than enough for most people, because you can only have 4 projects running at any given time. So for most of the time, you'll only have 4 things going. Yeah, extra engineers, ERS, and gearboxes also count towards cost cap. That is true. If you buy extra ERS and engineers, engines. Why did I read engineers? Sorry, RBG. But yeah, they matter too to cost cap. Yeah, Gotifi actually got points today. That's true. Track was drying up. Yeah, usually I'll delay going on softs until it's like 0.5 millimeter or even less, because the game is very strict on what tires work when. Because in 1.6 you could basically run the wets on anything, and it'd be the best tire. If there was more than 2 millimeters of water, wets. Inters would just not work. It just wouldn't be worth it. Let's see, we're going to upgrade the design center again. It's going to take 105 days, but I feel like it's worth it. So we're going to prioritize getting this to maximum. It's the best way to really make your team go forwards. But it's a bit better now on this one. If it's over 4 millimeter, the bets will basically be quicker. If it's below, the inters will generally be quicker. And the closer it gets to 1, the quicker the inters will be. The closer it gets to 4, the more equal it will be to the wets. But still, the tires now have their own sweet spots, which is good. The science center is always being upgraded until it reaches maximum power. It's just the way to do things. Let's get 2 points in reactions here for Piastri. Should be good. And we are exceeding expectation. I believe there was one more thing that I wanted to check, but I have forgotten. The thing with F1 is the goal is to have the 20 best drivers in the world. So if you are one of the 100 best drivers in the world, you're not going to look very good compared to the top 10, basically, if you are top 80, top 70. So Stroll, Latifi, they might be paid drivers that have paid their way in. That doesn't necessarily mean they're a bad driver. It's just that they are a bit... they're against the top of the world, so they aren't necessarily bad drivers, but they don't read completely up in F1. Stroll has done actually decent, to be fair. You can't really call him a pure paid driver. Latifi is a little bit too far back, but the best example of paid driver is probably Mazepin. Good night, Sledge. Hope you enjoy. I think I'll be going for just half an hour-ish longer, probably one more race, and then I'm going to have to go out as well, so should be okay. Tips for a Williams save? Again, honestly, the tips for every save is pretty much the same. Focus your design center. Get your... Sledge, yeah. Focus your design center first. Always have money to upgrade it. Get it to maximum to have more projects running, which is the most important thing to upgrade your car. Prioritize your underfloor first, then your front wing and rear wing. And honestly, if you only have 3 design slots, you can focus only those 3 car parts, and getting them to the maximum getting them high enough while running intense design will be enough to give you a car that can win in the second season. So currently there is a very clear path on how to get to the top with any team, really. So we have some question about how our car is looking. So we are at the middle of the pack, basically. We're lacking quite a bit in top speed, but we have good cornering, getting better, and we're lacking cooling. So Cucumber Man, Narain. So to the person who wants to look at a car, it's not great, but it's not terrible. We're getting up there. And once the next underfloor iteration has been made, and we're currently working on rear wing, we're going to be looking a bit better. So not terrible. If we have a quick look at the underfloor right now, it's fairly good. Same with the front wing. And once we get a couple more additions now, we'll probably have the best front wing and underfloor in the paddock, if you will, which will give us a pretty huge benefit. Now, before we continue, and before I forget, we need to kidnap an engineer. And I think we kidnap him off the rear wing project here. It's not the best kidnapping, honestly, but I need one, and we're going to start a new project with him. So we have ATR period in 28 days. We are currently making our rear wing. Once that rear wing is done, we're going to start with the front wing. So we have 20 days. We'd make a suspension maybe? 28 days, can we make that work? Turn down brake cooling, turn up drag reduction. We maximize all these, how would that look? 39 days. We could go rushed, just to gain a little bit of extra performance here. And then we do the front wing. I'm thinking that is what we'll do. We'll use this one engineer to get a suspension out rushed. We're not too concerned about next season. We're just concerned about this season. So we're gonna rush a suspension here very quickly, and it'll be done in time for the next ATR period. Go. Vettel called him a cucumber in anger. Now I know what I have to go and search on YouTube once I'm done. That sounds funny. Let's get on with it. Yeah, that guy just sitting alone there. I need you to get this done in 28 days, man. Rush it. No, I can't give you another engineer. We don't have the design center upgraded yet. But yeah, we see the stats on our car, as we saw. We're lacking in top speed, but the thing is, with the DRS, the way that it works now, top speed isn't really a big problem. Cornering will net you far more in terms of gains, unfortunately. We are lacking in underfloors though, because I believe I forgot to manufacture 2 of them normally. So let's just get that done. And since there will probably be a while before we do a chassis, let's just get another extra one out. That way we'll be covered. He will have a buddy. He just have to wait, how long? 101 days. Then he'll get a buddy. Honestly, it's, I might be biased because I did this in Williams save and it worked pretty well. I did pace stats and then I kept the accuracy and control about 10, 15 below. I still don't value smoothness too much compared to other people, and that is just my own personal opinion. I have been getting a little bit more into smoothness now that I've been doing the McLaren save. It's really nice to have now that the tires actually work properly. So I'd say you focus pace, you focus consistency and accuracy and control. It helps to avoid crashes and stuff, and then it works smoothness to if you want to extend stints. But honestly, smoothness overtaking defending, I'd say they're fairly equal. Yeah. Accelerate faster out of the corners, pull way faster when the lights go out at the start of the race. That's a fair assessment, honestly. I just was lazy and put them equally because I just prefer to do it like that. I prefer to have a driver that excels equally at everything rather than just having a one-trick pony. But not as you say it, reactions might not be as valued as the other two pace stats. You are correct on that. But yeah, after pace stat is just, as I said, accuracy and control. Should be they should be good choices, honestly. Azerbaijan, Baku. This is, I'm looking forward to this because on most saves, Vettel will have a pretty fantastic first race here. Honestly, I don't know what it is. Piastri, the thing with Piastri that's actually kind of intriguing to me is that Piastri has average aggression and Doohan has high. And honestly, I think average is better right now than high because Piastri doesn't get into as many silly accidents as Doohan has on my save, I feel. Although Piastri has absolutely destroyed Doohan at a couple of opportunities. That is fair. I'm looking forward to going back to the what's it called, the Williams speedrun save of mine, because Doohan there we let him go. He's basically maxed on pace and accuracy. He's lacking a little bit in the accuracy and on control stat, but he's currently in the second best team. So I want to see how he does, and I haven't actually got started with that yet because I decided to stream today. But we're ready for Baku. Did I actually set up the goals? I did not. Yeah, Piastri has a pretty good starting point. Agreed. Ocon in car 1. That is fair. Ocon is pretty consistent at least. Qualifying top 10 both drivers. Do we want to gamble? Let's gamble 1. Both drivers in Q2 should be doable though. Finish position. 1 driver in top 10. Again, we're just going to be a bit careful. Don't want to throw away too much money. The Piastri is higher overall than Latifi. I decided that, honestly, when I made a vote on my community page where once 1.8 came out, if we were going to start a new save and who people wanted to see. Aston Martin won out by, I believe, a percentage point. So I decided that I'm going to play Aston Martin as a proper like YouTube playthrough with a bit of editing, and we're going to do a McLaren save here as a stream chilled thing. So we might do more. I might edit it down later too, but for now it's mostly just a stream thing, and we'll keep going with it until people get bored of it. Really, I find it a lot of fun. So I do say a lot that, oh, we're done after the season, but then people come up with good ideas. You guys really come up with really good ideas to test out and things to try, and then we end up playing longer. I believe I said I was done with Williams after 3 seasons, and now we're on season 7, so yeah. The thing is, we did on Williams. Sorry for getting onto this right now. On Williams' save, he moved to Alpine, which is it's a bit of a spoiler if you haven't seen that one. I released it actually for the race today, the preseason. He actually moved to Alpine, and they are on paper the second best team right now in season 7. So that could be very interesting. So I'm looking forward to playing that just to see how Duan does, honestly. Let's go to the race though. I'm getting a bit stuck here with all my babbling. Duan was in the shittiest team though, which sadly was Aston. The
Hello from Baku, where we're looking forward to a weekend.
Red Bull with Hamilton. Hamilton versus Verstappen. Could be an interesting one. Let us get our car parts fitted here. To the practice spec. We are going to have to buy new parts here for Ricciardo. Probably new engine for sure, and a new ERS down the line. But that's just how the cookie crumbles when you have accidents. Nah, don't worry, Jack. If I didn't want to babble, I wouldn't. So it's me babbling. You don't need to worry about it. I have no problem explaining it to you. And if I spoiled you and you were looking forward to that, I apologize. And I apologize to anyone else too, for that matter. The thing is, when the Williams playthrough were at its peak, where we had 2.5-3 seconds gained on qualifying to next guy, I actually loaded up a variant of that save, and I didn't get the 33 guy because you can't get him. He doesn't actually have. Thing is, the guy doesn't actually have enough F1, F2, F3 experience for you to hire him. But I hired someone that was 37, I believe, and the guy was so slow that he couldn't make it out of Q3. So that would be a real challenge. That would be one where you actually have to break the car to the point where Latifi would be 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field if you want to make that work. So you can imagine how that would pan out, really. Give me a second to have a look at the cheat sheet, get the practice set up. Yeah, honestly, driver stats have a lot to say, but also it's a sliding scale like 30 to 50 will have more an effect than 50 to 70. Yeah, but it's not only that, it's the way that they handle regens in this game. Because in reality, so to speak. Yeah, it would be. But in reality, so to speak, you will have drivers who have junior careers that will be eligible for F1 once they turn 18. But the regens in this game all regen at 18, which means that you can't hire anyone until they're 20, 21. So you lose a lot of potential development. So getting 2 new gens and making them into world class drivers could actually be a challenge here. But I think we should be okay. Let me just double check that I haven't gotten anything wrong here in all my babbling. Let's try and get through this practice. Piastri is having decent practices though, when he gets the chance. Which is good to see. The AI mangled the setup. 38%, that is atrocious. They really went all in on messing this up. I don't remember what it's supposed to be. Let me double check. Supposed to be something like this. Yeah, so they turned everything upside down basically here. Yeah, with their own little shenanigans here. But this is how it's supposed to look from the get-go, and then we just need to make it work. So let's see. That should be okay. That might need a little bit of tweaking. Try to tweak that a little bit that way. Let's give this a go. Hopefully it'll be better. Schumacher and Hamilton. Honestly, what could be fun is just doing a Haas run, and then once Hamilton leaves Merc, pick him up with Haas. Have Schumacher as a #1 driver, and Hamilton as his, so to speak, teacher. Although saying that, it's probably sacrilege to some people, so I apologize for that. But I think it would just be a fun little challenge, honestly. And that is mainly what makes the games fun, that you can do different stuff like that. I don't like seeing you that far down the sheet, but at least we got your setup better this time. 94 and 89.
Welcome back.
Shouldn't be any rain here. Yeah, the thing... I think the main thing with Max, though, was that when he came in, as young as he was kind of reckless. So that probably had an effect on the decisions from people on increasing the age restriction, if you will. Like he had a proper reputation for being just straight up reckless and kind of dangerous. And that is basically what happens if you give a 17-year-old a even if they've been racing their entire lives, give them a car that goes way quicker than anything else in the world. But it's probably also the fact that he was so good from the get-go. Honestly, if they want to change anything with the super license, they should just change it so that the what's it called, IndyCar gets the proper amount of points. Yeah, that's the thing. If you have a bunch of young blood, so to speak, we're gonna allow Ricciardo to use this as a qualifying engine, just to have him be a little bit more competitive. If you have a lot of young bloods that wants to prove themselves, they usually end up in, you know, situations they probably shouldn't be in. So I guess one of the strategies, the idea is basically let them temper themselves a little bit more in F2 and F3 before they try the big leagues, basically. But if you have that as a goal, then it's kind of silly that you... I believe there's a rule in F2. You're only allowed to win it once, then they just kick you out. You're done. Get out of here. Yeah. There is a lot of people, though, that basically shouldn't be allowed to race, especially in F2 and F3. There's just so many... Honestly, it's kind of rude to say this. There's so many Maldonados, but they're way worse than Maldonado ever was. Let's see, have I set everything up correctly here in my in essence bickering, if you will? I think we're good. Let's get started with Q1 here.
Radio check, please, Lando.
It wouldn't surprise me if IndyCar is just politics, but
Track should be green.
it's also... It's just not politics, it's also image. You need to remember, if you deliberately keep other good drivers out just because they're not racing one of your series, then you aren't really showing that you are the best the world has to offer. But people don't really think about that, so I agree with that. It's pretty much just politics. Let's see how we do in qualifying, with science being potentially a problem. Yeah. The thing also with F2 and F3, I believe the cars have terrible reliability issues too. So even if you're running stock, you might still get in trouble just because of that. Science messed up, we messed science. It's a good deal. You might actually have to run a second qualifier run here for our boys. Let's just set it up if we have to, but hopefully we can avoid it. I don't follow F2 or F3 super well, so honestly, it doesn't matter. I do enjoy the minigame setup. The practice, though, is a bit too long for me, but I like the fact that you can sim it, and I like the fact that people can do it. That is the best way to do it, really. Give people the option. Good setup percentage. The main thing you get from the setup percentage is extra driver stats, which go into the 5 stats that I mentioned. The 3 pace stats and accuracy and control. You can get an extra 3 points at each of those for a total of 15. And I believe 9 of those points come from your setup. So if you get your setup to 95%, you're basically golden. I don't think it has too much of an effect outside of that. So you want to aim for 90, 95, and when you're there, you can pretty much be happy. So it's extra stats for your driver, and it can actually have quite decent of an effect. We have science here, but we're going to gamble that we will not get pipped here, so we're just not going to do a final run. Yeah, of course, the mechanics have a lot to say in a series like that. If you have someone who...
Okay, Lando, that is the end of the
If you have someone who's twice as good as the next garage over, then yeah, you're going to have a huge advantage when everything is stock. Just going to be insanity, really, how much advantage that is. Norris 8, Ricciardo 11th. Decent first qualifying here, honestly. We're going to do what I like to do, which is run a scrub soft on the second qualifying run. And with that, we'll be going here. I almost pressed sim by accident.
Daniel, I didn't hear your radio check. Radio check.
Okay, radio check.
I was worried there for a second that we were going to have Ricciardo problems already in qualifying with the radio check. I'm getting flashbacks. Ricciardo has had a bad few races now. Just been really unlucky. Not the best run, still decent. Sorry about that. See things up a bit here towards the end, and I know that we are going to have to send probably both drivers out just to be safe. Maybe we can get away with just sending Ricciardo, but Ocon and Alonso could potentially both come out and pip us, so I think we will play it safe and just send both out. It would be nice to have extra softs, of course, but I think we're going to play it safe. Yeah, it's a bit of a potential risk here. So they are leaving the garage. We'll just wait so that we can secure that make sure, not secure, that we are last, and we should be good here. We have now 3 minutes to get through to the finish line here. Yeah, Gasly up in 5th. That's pretty good by him. We could also barely get past the Hamilton here if he does not improve. Hopefully. Yeah, there we are. As expected, some of the teams that did improve. Norris seems to be safe, though. He would have been safe, but I'd rather not take the risk. Let's see if Ricciardo can improve. He's 11th again. Yeah, Vettel just generally does good races here. I don't know if it's just coded that way. Ricciardo, he's on the cusp now. He's either 10th or 11th, which is a bit sad, honestly, but still good. Lando should still be able to get, as he did now, 7th or 6th, I hope, on the qualifying. And we'll once again do a scrub to begin with. It's just funny because it seems like some drivers might be coded to
track should be green.
perform better at certain tracks where they have historically been good at, which I'm all for. It makes the game more fun. Yeah, Norris wasn't too safe, that is true. But hindsight is 20/20, as they say, so I'd rather be safe. Honestly, I wish that old rules like the Q2 rule was something that you could have added. Oh, we have a crash. Leclerc! The Ferrari curse strikes again. We're 8 so far. So we got slowed down by that crash, I assume.
Here's the replay. Watch this. There's Leclerc.
Oh,
There's the crash.
hello. Hello, I'm stupid. I am here again. That'll yeah, he was a, what was it? It will be here in the castle section. There's like a squiggly line, and he just went straight into before the first corner, just straight on. He just chanted, "I am stupid." So he did basically the same thing, straight head on into a wall, as only Leclerc can do. I think honestly the rules that are missing is just things that they didn't get to. Because there are a few gimmies that are missing here, like the unlapping of the safety car, and probably a few other things that I can't remember right now, but they just were pressed that you have to release the game now. So that is also why I'm really looking forward to next year's game to some degree already. Because if they can iron out these issues, they'll have potentially a really good series. And of course, if they can patch it before next year, that would be even better. And honestly, modders will fix a lot of these problems on their own within a couple of months. It's just how games usually are. You can rely more on people modding the game as it should be within 2-3 months than you can on the company working on it. So the companies that have the policy that where they can quotation mark buy mods and put them in the game, I really like those companies. I don't know if Frontier is one of them though. I played Elite Dangerous a bit, but other than that, I am not too certain. Let's see if Norris improves. Improved a little bit past Alonso. 600s by Russell there, so... And okay, all the old things considered. Verstappen isn't actually done yet, according to this. Yeah, Leclerc is just pedal to the metal, which is honestly quite entertaining. Not really the qualifying we were looking for. I was expecting 7 and 10 maybe, so we're one below, but not the worst thing ever.
The grid is packed.
We'll take a quick look here on the tires. Yeah, Gasly, I think Gasly's also has a good on this track thingy going. So this is one of the more interesting tracks because the gradation hits hard here. As you can see. Mediums are 6/10, sorry, softs are 6/10 quicker than mediums. But they degrade by 600s more each lap, so just 10 laps and they're equal. You'll have to make a pretty good gap during that time. Mediums are the same 2 hards, but degrade slower with 4/10, so it's a bit more difficult here what we want to do in terms of tires. But I'm going to leave the stream on this screen. I need to go to the toilet for a second. I'll be right back. So please discuss among yourself what kind of strategy we might go for. What do you think might work? Sorry about that, I have returned, and I did remember to wash my hands. Ultra soft? It's too super soft? That would be interesting. Hyper, Ultra, and Super. Yeah. I don't think I think the thing is that this is a very hot track to begin with, which of course has an effect on tire drag. And if you look at this, there's a lot of just square 90-degree corners. Basically every corner is a 90-degree corner, and that does take a toll on the car. Well, the tires at least. Into Sicily, no stop. I pulled that off once in Austria, but sadly it isn't raining here. We could try, but I think we'd suffer. I think we'd puncture before we ran 10 laps, honestly. They'd just be completely gone. Now, I believe we saved soft stats for Ricciardo. He has 2. Norris has 1, so we could do some shenanigans. What was the expectation here for 1 stops or 2 stops? So, soft's too hard. Could be very, very cheeky and try soft, medium, medium. But it's going to be a rough one anyways, what we do, I think. This would be soft to hard, and medium to hard should be about equal, according to this. So I'm thinking we put Ricciardo on the soft, because he's starting further back. Soft to hard, yeah. I think we did that to Ricciardo, and we might just split the strategies, maybe. Or we could do the same with Norris and try and get onto a better train and try and undercut the AI. I'm thinking that might work. Yeah, we don't have the pace for 2 stops. It's just, honestly, the AI is expecting it to be faster, though. Which is funny to me. Honestly, a 2-stop to soft, medium, hard, or soft, medium, medium could be theoretically something that could work. But, yeah, the main reason is because the system misjudges the hard quite a bit here. So I think we will do as Rogan suggested here. We'll just try a soft to hard for both. But that'll mean we'll have to push one of them a little bit quicker so that they pit before the other one. We are 3 positions away from each other, so we'll have to see just how we end up. And we could also overfuel the car here to maximum. We're not too far away from that, so we should probably do that. It's a little bit over 1 lap of extra fuel here, 1.1. Let's overfuel, let's use aggressive. Well, push for the fuel. And that should help. The main reason why the estimate times are so up is because the hards are being super overrated here. They turn your lap times to 0, as you can see. So, someone has touched a part of the code they shouldn't have. Yeah. I think we'll start with this, and if we get a safety car, which is fairly likely in Baku, we'll take advantage and maybe switch to, say, a medium, potentially, or maybe even a medium soft if it allows for it. So I think this is a good starting point that we can work our way up the field, and then we work from there. So yeah, but yeah, I wouldn't trust it in 1.9 and 1.8 the estimated times, because the first time I did this, I was like, why is this hard strategy 5 minutes quicker than anything else? And I didn't consider it critically, so I was just like, oh, this is great, we'll do it. And then I completely lost out.
It's sunny and bright as the drivers line up. Here we go with the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. And it's lights out.
Lights out and away we go. That's not what I wanted to look at. Oh. No, she should have sent it. Ricciardo made up a place. Very good. See if they can continue doing it like this. Ricciardo and Norris both making up places. A little bit back and forth. Pretty good. We should actually check what everyone's running and get an idea of the strategy. So, Paris is running softs here. We have some of the back markers running, well, back markers, the further back cars running softs as well. But for the most part, they're running mediums. So,
Copy, you're doing a good job.
We'll have to see what we do here. I'm gonna take Ricciardo here and turn him to neutral.
And McLaren with a great overtake.
Mostly just so he doesn't fight Norris. But yeah, they're running medium, so I would expect it to be medium and hard for them. So we might be able to do some shenanigans here. Yeah, Paris is probably a 2-stop. I would agree with that. So we'll have to see what kind of shenanigans we can pull. We can go overtake now Ricciardo. And we should probably go neutral now for Norris so it doesn't use everything, because we're now within the DRS period. Let's see how it overtook Bottas.
Now just take a look at the McLaren. And there they go.
Pretty straightforward. A good pass, honestly. DRS enabled. I thought we had an accident there because we already got the message for DRS enabled. Ricciardo is fighting Bottas. He's by. Let's put him in neutral again. We're going to allow Norris here to try and overtake Hamilton. And maybe chase down Gasly, potentially. He's actually out of ERS here, so we're going to slow things down. We might have to harvest for a lap or two for basically both our drivers here. And honestly, I think we can just allow things to progress like this. Yeah, he got Hamilton. And now the big question is, can he hunt down Gasly as well? Oh, that's too much of a goat. Yeah, down in 8 now, though. Honestly, I think Alpha is an interesting side in this game. They are pretty strong. But it's just that they always fall off so quickly, I feel like, in every game I play, sadly. That is just so sad. So Norris with the fastest lap, which is good. And Ricciardo got Hamilton there. So now it's just, can we get up to Gasly and potentially maintain or run away? That would be the best thing. If we can get both our drivers in a position to run away, that would be... that would actually be the best. So we might have to slow down Norris a little bit just so that he can catch up. So Ricciardo can catch up. Well, Hamilton overtook him, so that's not going to happen.
That's a position gained for AlphaTauri.
But should still be alright here. I'd say we're a pretty good start. We are going to suffer a bit due to the softs, though, so we do need to make moves. Can we keep Gasly behind? Yep, could make it work there.
McLaren gain a position.
Ricciardo is up. Hamilton falling behind. Yeah, that is true. They have fallen off, but that's also why it's such a interesting start. I would like to have starts that are challenging like that. Like, you start as a team that has potential to be fourth, but you need to spend every single penny wisely to maintain and potentially grow. But money is just a little bit too easy to combine this game. You will not really struggle for it too much. Ricciardo is just a little bit too slow, honestly, compared to
It's a race position gained for Mercedes.
compared to the rest here, sadly. Staying here behind Gasly is probably not the best thing ever, but not horrible either. Paris will also be pitting before us, most likely. To some degree, what I'd like to see added to this game is a scenario editor, where you can, well, or you can set up and share scenarios with people, starting points, to create interesting one-season challenges, 3-season challenges, playthroughs, things like that. It's quite fun when people can share things like that. Ricciardo is falling down the order here, though. His softs are starting to kind of give in. So I think we're going to put him on aggressive here. We're just going to run him a bit harsh. And the goal here is very simple. we're gonna pit him before we pit Norris. I'm also going to tune down the aggressive use of fuel. Well, that is causing problems for Ricciardo, though.
Alfa Romeo just moved up a place.
Honestly, the thing is, a lot of these games have relatively small communities, so giving the community tools to keep the game interesting is a very, very good way to keep it engaging and alive. Yeah, we'll go full attack here on this lap, and we'll pit Ricciardo. I think he's just losing out too much right now. And then we'll pit Norris on the following one. Paris is pitting right now, so well, we pitted Ricciardo a bit too soon. Let's do the same with Norris. Go full attack, get him pitted this lap. Ricciardo came out in 13th. He has a little bit of free air though. Good. Now we'll have to see if we can maintain until the end of the race. Yeah, that's the thing I'm saying. Like, you can have a lot of different scenarios, which all could be like, again, the community would make scenarios like that. They would make real life scenarios of things that would be unlikely to happen, and then can you overturn fate basically from real life incidents. Yeah. A driver, basically. So currently Norris is a couple of seconds behind, well, a couple of tenths behind Alonso. He's actually catching up quite fast. If we could have actually gotten onto Paris, that would be amazing. But I presume Paris is on... He actually went hard, so he might be trying to do a one-stop here. He's actually viable to pull that off. We'll have to see here. How far are we away from... We can potentially pip these guys once they actually pit, but top 4 is going to be difficult. Top 5 would be the best Ricciardo can hope for, and Norris could potentially actually get Leclerc 3rd, but Sainz is already pitted now, so 4th, 5th is probably what we can hope for this race, honestly. Verstappen is pitting. Yeah. I haven't actually checked. Does Paris have maximum smoothness? I know someone on the Discord posted a Excel sheet with every driver's stat, so yeah, it's as long as we finish higher than we qualified, I'd say it's still a good race. 7th now for Norris, 10th for Ricciardo. And Ricciardo is still on Bottas, and this is actually pretty good. Russell will still have to pit, so we'll get at least one more from the pit stop, and then we'll just have to see if we can make something happen here. I don't think we can latch on to Leclerc, that's the problem. We will not be able to catch up. Russell, though, we can get, so even 6th and 9th, 6th and 8th, if we can maintain that, would be great.
It's a race position gained for Mercedes.
Hamilton is fighting Norris. Oh. Ricciardo's stroke of bad luck continues. Looks like he luckily didn't take any damage.
Daniel Ricciardo involved here.
82 smoothness, yeah. I'd expect him to have more, really, because I think one of our drivers have 90, I believe. Is there a virtual safety car here for Ricciardo? Let's just run everything as is, I think. I wonder if they fixed the thing where if you turn on harvest, you get from far behind. I think they probably have. Ricciardo has crashed, but I believe he has no damage, so we can be happy with that. Yeah, I guess one of I guess that's one of the things they'll be fixing further in the further into the game, if you will. I guess buy-ins potentially also plays a part. So did we have anything else there, or was it just the spin from Ricardo. He didn't crash, he spun, and then barely touched the wall with no damage, so technically he crashed, but this time he didn't actually take any damage. He only lost one position to Bottas, so not the worst one. Vettel is actually doing well here. He's in 13th, and he has pitted, so we'll have to see if he can make something out of his race.
Virtual safety car ending. Recharge off, recharge off.
DRS enabled.
We do have some fuel we can push here, so let's just go ahead and do that. But yeah, as said, Ricciardo crashed again. He is keeping his streak going. Although this time it wasn't as bad really, so I guess it doesn't completely count. It's not a what's it called, a bullseye. We are falling a bit behind here, so I would assume the other teams have actually brought some upgrades. Either that, or I'm just managing it a bit too poorly. Which can also be an option here, honestly. Did not get back up to Hamilton. Could gamble here, push and go deploy, but we don't really have enough energy, so let's play it safe. It's not really what we want to do, but it's kind of like what we have to do, unfortunately.
Mercedes moved up a place.
Russell is actually overtaking Ricardo, and he's struggling to keep up. I believe this is on the same tire. Yeah. We're going to get a good result here. I think we are actually relying on a safety car. As sad as that is to admit. We're just a bit too slow on this circuit, honestly. Yeah, the Mercedes is creating gaps, which is what you'd expect. Yeah. Well, it's not even micromanagement. A lot of our races here early on we've been pretty lucky with, because the safety cars and other accidents that have happened have given us pretty good opportunities to snatch good results, and that has helped us a lot. And also, of course, the AI doing silly choices like pitting with 4 laps to go. So it's a bit of column A, a bit of column B, but on this track here we're actually lacking pace, so probably going to be like this for the next couple of races. But we do have Raven coming in, we do have Underflow coming in. Yeah, Bottas has caught up, I can see that. He's actually pulling away as well. So we might have pitted a bit too early. He has better tires than us by a little bit, but yeah, as you can see, he did 3/10 quicker. If we do deploy, can we make something work? The thing that I'm wondering here is, if we pit now, we'd come out right in front of Alonso, a little bit behind Ricciardo. Would we be able to catch them? Because there's 13 laps left. If we want to gamble on pitting for softs again and try and hunt them down, rather than basically, because I think Russell will get us too, honestly, at this pace. That's the thing. Let's see. Time considerations. Pit stops at 22 seconds. So I think we'll come out behind Ricciardo. And 147, or 48 basically, on 49. We're doing 151s now. Let's say we do 149s with the fuel. It'll be 2 seconds quicker. It'll just be barely worth it then, potentially. So again, this isn't that many points. It's 1, 2, 4. So we'd gain 4 points for this position. We could gamble on going for the softs. We'd come out probably around behind Alonso, actually. So in 11th. And then try and work our way up again. If we did the same for Ricciardo, he'd come out way further back though. Yeah, we come out. I don't think we can do it for Ricciardo, but we can probably do it for Norris here. And I'm thinking that is what we do to make things a bit more potentially interesting, because basically we are choosing between fighting for 6 points or not at all. We don't have fresh softs though for him. That's the only negative part. And we're actually expected to come out in 10th, so it's not the worst, but it's not great either. And the tires will just barely make it there, so I say we give it a go. Honestly, Russell will probably get us anyways, so we'll do this and try and push. And with this, we can also push to the pit line and try and get out ahead of Alonso. That would actually be great. Because, as you can see, the hard runners are running 149s. And we're in the 151s for both our drivers. If we put Ricciardo onto a fresh pair of softs, he'd come out in 15th. Can he make it back up to 10th is the big question. And is there any big threats to him? I say Alonso is kind of a threat. And there is enough of a gap between these guys so we can actually hit both at the same time. Yeah, we could gamble on basically also having a safety car. The thing with Ricciardo too is he has a fresh pair of softs, so we can go aggressive if we really want to as well. He'd come out around here. If we push everything we have now to the pit line, we might be able to get out a bit the lap times. Alonso is lapping half a second quicker, so he'd gain him pretty quickly at this rate. He'd probably get him on the last lap actually. That's the risk, and it's just a single point. I think it would be funnier to just get him on the softs and try and fight for. Again, I'm willing to risk a single point. That's not too much of a risk actually. I'm thinking if we just push him the same way we're pushing Alonso, pushing Norris, we get him in, we get him on the softs, and by pushing we hopefully get him in a bit earlier. He also has a fresh soft, so he should be running fairly quickly as well. And we'll just save the ERS. We're gonna do this gamble and see if it pays off or not. It's basically 5 points versus no points at this stage, or even less. Norris had 2.5 seconds stop time. Ricciardo actually got out in 13th, so not as bad as could be. And we're gonna have to tune both of them down now so that they don't burn everything immediately. Norris is actually in 9th, so the question now for him is, can he hunt down Russell and potentially Bottas? If he laps 2 seconds quicker, it's doable. We'll have to see just what the lap times are once we get to the end of this first one, but so far it's looking good. Ricciardo is already getting past Magnussen too, so we'll have to see if he hunts down Show. And we'll allow one more lap to go, and we'll see where we stand on lap times. Oh, yeah, as you can see here, Ricciardo is already on Alonso, so I'd say this was an okay gamble. We also get potentially fastest lap here with this gamble as well, so we could actually end up with 1 point more than we expected. Russell is 8 now? Oh yeah, it was always 8. So Norris is 148.4, 1.5 seconds quicker than Russell, and 1.5 seconds quicker than Bottas. So if we take into consideration the interval, 14 seconds, 10 laps, it's doable, but that would require overtakes whenever they are available, really. So it's doable, for sure. We can also go, as I said, aggressive here. And I think we'll run it normal for a couple more laps, and then we'll go aggressive for the last 5, maybe. I think that should be an okay way of doing things. Ricciardo could maybe get Russell, but it's going to be a bit more of a gamble. He also has more to go on the tires, so we can put him aggressive right away. Yeah, Russell is definitely about to become food. Then it's just, do we have enough laps to get Bottas and potentially even Hamilton if we're really lucky to? 5 laps to go and we're virtually on Russell here. Do we want to push aggressive now for the last 5? Or do we want to wait one more before we do that? I think we push aggressive now to the end. There we go. Got Russell. Bottas is definitely within reach too. We could also push fuel a little bit if we want to. Ricciardo probably will not be able to get anything here. So what I'm thinking is we just run him. We actually run him on conserve, because we just need to be ahead of Alonso, and we run him on recharge and conserve here, and we try and really secure the fastest lap with Ricciardo. The only thing is, we could be sad here if
keep looking after the tire.
If say there's an accident in front, Russell or Bottas or Hamilton even spin. But other than that, which should be good, yeah. The goal would be to have him take the fastest lap. Norris is still looking good. 3 seconds behind Bottas, 2 laps to go. Last lap was almost 3 seconds quicker than the cars in front. We should be able to get Bottas, probably on this or the next lap. The thing is, I think Ricciardo with these settings is still... Alonso is barely gaining. Which is funny. Let's see, yeah. This should be the last charge lap, if you will, for Ricciardo, and then we'll have him go for fastest. Norris is 1.5 seconds ahead behind Bottas. Hamilton will be a pipe dream, but Bottas is very doable. On the last lap, let's go standard here and balance. Let him fire things up a bit. And Norris, I need you to go full attack this last lap. You can use overtake, maybe? I guess neutral should be okay. You should be able to get him on this straight. And for Ricciardo, you're getting to the end there, so you can go push, you can go deploy, and I'll allow you to use everything you have. Norris did not get Bottas there, so overtake, push, and we'll see if we can get him here now. I'll have to be careful with fuel though. The thing is, I think they went a little bit too aggressive on some tracks, how tire deg works, so soft can be just an incredible choice. Ooh, we ran out of ERS. That might actually screw us over here. But we are by Bottas. Side by side towards the end here. I shouldn't have put the ERS into overtake. We would have actually gotten this if I hadn't. Well, seeing that we will get DRS, we should still potentially get this, which would be funny. Yeah, we're getting him on DRS alone. There we are. We managed to pip him at 500s there at the end with no ERS.
Good job, everyone.
Great job, mate.
Not the greatest result ever, but still good. Now, did Ricciardo get the fastest lap?
That's the checkered flag.
But yeah, it seems like the if you
Good job, Daniel. Good
if you are going to lose positions anyways.
For the in lap, can I have ACS off and H41 white H?
Just gambling for the soft change can actually work, especially if you know the AI is going long on their stint. We made it 1 position from qualifying, which is it's decent. We also managed to secure fastest lap, so not a lot of points really, but still good ones. John Hyde, glad to see you here. Thank you for your praise. Thank you, Jack. It was quite fun there towards the end. I was a bit pessimistic, but we managed to find out an okay result, honestly. And we're starting to get fastest laps here, which is funny to me. Well, not funny, humorous, interesting, really. Rebel 1-3, Ferrari 2-4, Gasly 5th. That's probably the biggest upset here, honestly. Yeah, I honestly, I wish they allowed you to have TV direct, like make your own TV direction. Give you what you have in this game for when you're watching Formula 1 races, and everyone would be happy. You could you could actually set up yourself what you want to see and what you do not want to see. It would actually be quite great. Bottas 8, Mercedes 6 and 9. So Mercedes is kind of weak to save, it feels like. They're weaker than they should be. And Alpine actually out of the points. Where did Vettel actually end up in the end? 15th. So he ended up where he started. That's a bit of a shame. Ricciardo moves up a spot here to 10. Bottas moves up past Russell, getting revenge there. And I guess that feels pretty good for him. No changes here except AlphaTauri moves up. Most of the points scored this race alone. See, do we want to do another race? I think I have time for one more before I have to go. We'll try and speed through one more. Be a bit greedy here. That way, I think we've done 5 races each stream. 4.7 million gained here. Decent extra money. Vettel and Alonso today, yeah, photo finish. I'm sorry, man. I'm not even gonna attempt to butcher your name because I gave up the 3rd syllable. Vettel and Alonso today. I'm sorry. It's just too difficult for me. I wish I could pronounce that. Let's give him a point in. Actually, it's probably not as worth as cornering, so let's keep this 5 behind the rest for now. Give him a cornering point, now that it's been mentioned. Chassis has been manufactured, we're back up to 4. Underfloor has been manufactured, we now have 4 of those. We're good. We have exceeded expectations again, but we are already 200 points behind here, so we need to really turn this around in the halfway point of the season. Get a few 1-2s if you want to have any chance of winning. But I think if we continue like this, 2nd place is definitely on the menu. Next race weekend is already here. It's time to go to Canada. Okay. If you want me to attempt, it would be Gersegors for 60. I gave up. Sorry. I think I'm gonna need a sound bite to get that one right. Both drivers in Q2 shouldn't be a problem. Qualifying position, 1 driver in 10. It's worked for us so far. We're gonna go with that. We want to gamble for, yeah, when the front runner starts taking engine penalties. What I'm thinking is that we start also switching our engines out for better ones, because I should actually check last time out. But once the front runners start hitting 60-50%, you should swap your engine out to Rexy Chekovic. Oh yeah, the last name? Not too far off, I think. And we'll have at least the suspension done, and then we can do the front wing again. Let's go to the race weekend. We're gonna have rain for qualifying and practice. That's always good. Fun. But yeah, we actually forgot to take off his engine, Ricciardo, then. After qualifying, but that's not a big problem. Let's get the practice parts in. Make life easy for ourselves. And as I said, I should probably check where we're at. We can actually check in qualifying, I think, where the AI is at in terms of durability. And honestly, you might be getting a bit too much info there, which again is one of the reasons why the player has such a huge advantage over the AI. There's just so many small things you can do that gives you a huge advantage. Let's see, 4.5, 12 to 8. I always get that one wrong. 05 and 65. Should be a decent starting setup to work with. Yeah, a sim first practice. Norris 10, Piastri 15. So might be that they started getting a bit new, some newer parts, but we'll have to see here. Now this one is a bit rough. I think we go Maybe like that. And we'll allow the AI to probably do Ricciardo's here. It's just the cornering. We'll allow them to experiment. That's a bit better. Still lacking a little bit on Lando's setup here, but otherwise we're looking good. Good on this thing is what we're lacking. Which way do we want to go? Guess we could try that one. We'll try this. It might not be the correct one, but if not, we'll just go the other way. And 14. It would seem that we might have gone the wrong way, or the AI decided that we were silly. Yeah, we went the wrong way there, but the AI figured out the rest here. So this was more to like so. This should be okay. Try that for Q1. Let's get on the proper parts here. I think we're going to try and give Lando a qualifying engine. And then we'll see how the other teams are stacking up, really. Yeah, the thing with the Rush underfloor is that I'm not planning to make any more underfloors this season. And that is the idea by rushing it, since this is a season we want to focus on, at least for this at this point in the save. Rushing the second underfloor is just I would normally do that. I would normally just go intense design, because that is the best long-term solution, really. But if you want to maximize one season, then intense designing the first part and then rushing the second one, it's probably your best order of business, if you will. That's why I opted to do it like that. And the idea here is that we do the same with the front wing now. We're gonna rush our front wing as well once we get the what's it called? The mile hours in, because they're a flat boost. And we're gonna put them into the front wing and rush that one as well. And then we're gonna do the smaller parts, and then we might actually just do research for the rest of the season. Or upgrades on smaller parts, we'll have to see. So, we're expected to start on a completely wet track here. This could be interesting.
Daniel, radio check and check the drink.
Gonna stay wet.
Yep, radio's
Basically,
good,
yeah.
good.
Let us
Sessions should be
try this one now.
Heavy rain, heavy rain. Roger.
I am hoping that the rush down the floor is turns out as a huge advantage to us. Don't get me wrong. That would be the main goal. Because the AI will do things on what's it called? On intense. It's actually getting damp, but then again, we haven't upgraded our weather center, so wet weather is actually our biggest enemy right now, honestly. I believe they changed the AI in 1.8, 1.9 so that they do 50-50 design and research, but any design they do will have a preset like low downforce, medium downforce, high downforce. And they'll run it on intense for the most part. So by rushing, we will get ahead of them. And it's also kind of random how many engineers they put on each project as well. Not the best start
understood.
here.
Remember
We have
the
someone
pit
trying
lane
the
speed
inters. We should probably do that too. If we are quick here, we might be able to get a quick inter run in. But it's actually quite doubtful. We might actually bomb out Q3 here. Could try an inter run. We'll have time for an inter run, and then we'll have another run here. So, yeah, we basically lost no durability, so it's fine. Let's see if we then start raining a bit more. Let's see if we can make this work. We are messing up Schumacher, though. That's a sad side effect of what we're doing. There's so many people to get through. Ah, this is not gonna be good. Let's see if we can improve here. 1.6, 1.9. Not really any improvement, sadly. Latifi is 6 seconds off. Yeah, that's the thing. I thought we just had to try the intermediates there since we saw the AI do it, and as you can see, most of the AIs are intermediates as well. But I think this weather might actually be an advantage at this point, because as you can see, no one is doing no one is doing anything good really. I guess we'll configure for a wet run at the end here, just to be safe, because I think it will. It's predicted to stay like this, but we don't know. This weather is pretty rough, yeah. And it's going back and forth as well. I guess we say yes. I think we're safe actually, so I think we're not going to run it. It's just on the cusp. And everyone is running inters, so might be trouble here.
So Daniel, the session has now finished.
Looks like we're good. 4 are already out, 5 is out, we're good. This one was actually really, really rough, honestly. And without a proper weather center, it's even more rough, because you're kind of just guessing. This one starts on the soft. It's going to be even more interesting.
Is it just a radio check?
No rain expected, so let's just get a quick run out for both our drivers. See how that goes. Rain has stopped, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I noticed that. They were running on edge, and that is when it's so difficult. So we were lucky that we got that full wet run in at the start. Magnussen here is just absolutely destroying Norris. Or maybe not. Maybe I was mistaken. Let's prep another run to be safe. Very safe, very lucky. So far we're looking good. We might actually mess up Magnussen, all things considered. Bottas and Sainz, Ocon. Do we want to send him out again, or do we want to gamble? Out in Q1, yeah. Guess we send him out again, I think. I think that is our best choice here. Might be a bit late, but yeah, we're gonna send Norris 2 out just to be safe. That way we also have a little bit to go on. And we might actually slow Ocon down there, but he's still pipped Ricciardo. We're actually completely safe. But not by much, just 800s. Sixth and 8th, that is pretty good, but of course some of it is due to Leclerc bombing out. Let's get on the scrub stuff for the first run. I did not want to mess with the confidence. There we are. Let's start the third qualifying.
And Lando, radio check, radio check.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, so that's a green light.
See what we can do. Lance is out, Ocon is out, Verstappen, Show, Perez. We might still be good here. Bit awkward potentially, but we just make it in time. Speed things along here. Beat Ocon at least. Beat Show. Let's reset with fresh soft here. And get ready for the second run. If we actually manage to hold on to 5th and 7th, that would be kind of amazing here. Oh yeah, that was the thing I wanted to check. Car. Not here. Where is it? Car history? Lap history. There we go. So, you can actually check how much their engine has been warned. And Verstappen, Sainz, and Perez is all about 75, 76. So I still have some to go on here. Yeah, I ended up staying a bit longer. I was having so much fun. Welcome back, Tanas. Hope you've got some proper studying in. We're currently having a look here and having seeing a bit how the AI is doing their stuff here. So Gearbox and ERS, they're both about to suffer. Engines are also suffering a bit now, but not big. So well, we could put on new engines here, but I think we're still good. But you can actually check that at any given time, how the AI is doing their components, if you will. And then you can plan your new engines, penalties, and stuff like that around it. We're currently doing the Canadian qualifying. We had McLaren bomb out in Q1 due to the wet, which was probably the biggest upset, and we're looking for potentially a decent qualifying here. The thing is, there's just so many small things that you can gain advantage with as a player that it's honestly a bit silly. Did we improve? Nah, 6, 10, 8. Well, we improved a little bit on time, but still good. Show couldn't hit us, so we're good. 6 and 8 for starting points, and we have Leclerc here in 16th, as well as Russell. I didn't actually notice he was also out here, so that's going to be a bit interesting for this next race.
It's race day.
In terms of, let's have the pre-race report. Strategies are 1 stops or 2 stops. There's a compound performance here. It's 3 tenths, almost 4 to soft to medium. Degradation isn't that big between the different tires here. Just 200s. So potentially probably 1 stopper here. This 4 tenths to the mediums to the hards. Basically, I'd say they're fairly equal. See, can we do something funny here? Soft to hard is doable. Medium to hard is also doable. So we could do potentially a split strategy if we really want to. I know that he has a fresh soft. And so does Norris. So we're good on that. Soft medium. Let's use this one as our guinea pig. I don't think that is very viable, sadly. It would require running... it would require a safety car. So what we could do is potentially start... play the strategy, have... Ricciardo try something like this. Yeah, it's not really doable. So we could have Ricciardo try something like this. And then we could have Norris try something like this. And just stretch the soft a couple more laps, potentially. That could work too. Just see how we play that. And we could split. We could put both on the soft. They both have fresh soft here. So they would have an advantage compared to... I don't remember. I don't remember the stats. That's the thing. I don't remember who has the highest smoothness. Unfortunately, if someone remembers that, please let me know. I believe Norris is the highest one. So I'm thinking we do it like this. We do it this way. Ricciardo will be about 4 tenths slower. There's 200s degradation to the soft. It'll be doable, but it'll be a bit difficult. The splitting strategies has worked for us before. So honestly, if you guys are for it, we'll do it like this. It's not a bad way of doing things, honestly. I decided to keep them just because it was more of a challenge that way, honestly. We could always remove him, but I feel like that is a bit too much. Especially after we kick the goat immediately. I believe Norris has better smoothness, to be honest, so... okay, Ricciardo actually has the better smoothness, so... that's... I think actually we'll run the same. because Norris will still make this work. They both have fairly high. So honestly, I think we can make this work, and we'll just, if need be, pit a bit sooner. Because I am of the belief that position gained early will benefit you more than position gained late. And since we have fresh soft and a high soft, we can actually go ahead and potentially pit again at the end, like we did in Baku, to gain a little bit. And if we want to be really ballsy, we could do something like this. Hard soft on Ricciardo, so he can hold the cars behind. The thing is, he is just a little bit lacking in pace stats, so I think he'll just be overtaken. But it is an interesting one. We could give that a go. You're looking something like this. And it's in theoretically faster. We could give him a shot at this and see if we can actually pull something like this off and do the opposite for Norris. It's not a bad idea. And that is also part of the fun with this game. There's so many ways to start a race. I think we can try this. Suggestions given have been usually pretty good to in previous races. We've gotten a lot of points, so with this we also have the flexibility.
And raring to go. It's the Canadian Grand Prix. It's lights out and away we go.
I pressed it a little bit too quick there. It gives us flexibility too, so I think it's okay. I forgot to overfuel though, which is kind of bad. Norris already made up a place here. Can he get the others? Let's see here. How are we looking on the other runners? No one else is running hard. There's just soft and medium runners. So we'll see how it goes. Chad has been a bit calm since you left last time, but it's still been fun to play. RBG has been helping out a lot. Jack has been helping out a lot, so it's been pretty good. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling too with the hard one. That it's a bit risky, but it should be fun. So I think we'll give it a go. As long as Ricciardo keeps up here and gets into Alonso Bottas DRS train, it probably will not be a detriment for him at all. Verstappen is just flying. He's already almost 2 seconds ahead of Sainz.
DRS enabled. DRS enabled.
DRS has been enabled. I think we'll play it a bit safe here. Go neutral on the ERS. If we end up falling way behind, we might use it a bit more. Here we see him flying past Alonso. I don't think we can catch up to Bottas. 3 seconds. That's a bit too much, honestly.
McLaren gain a
You
position.
leaving RBG? Well, it should be late if you are in India.
Alpine just advanced.
Fairly late on. Anyways, thank you for being here. It's been a lot of fun. Norris moved up to 4th. I hope you have enjoyed. It was it's been great having you here. Yado is losing out a little bit, but that's kind of what you'd expect on hards, honestly.
We've just had a spin.
Oh, okay. No, I enjoy everything, honestly. It's good to see you all having fun. It just sounded like you were about to call it a night, and I just wanted to be like, it was good to have you here. He's actually overtaken Ocon. But yeah, it looks like it's going okay. Currently, this DRS train should be alright. It's just, will the gap here be a little bit too big for him to hold up the rest by the time they pit? But he's doing well. Like, he's fighting people on softs. So, It's not a bad start by any stretch of the imagination. As long as he keeps in this DRS train, we'll be fairly happy.
Alfa Romeo.
I might be going a bit too quick. If anyone feels like that, let me know, and I can slow down the pace. Norris is still looking good. He is in a good position. Ricciardo is still in the train, so at this stage we can just allow things to something we naturally progress, really. Yeah, you are correct. So this might actually really work out in Ricciardo's favor. Not if, let's see, can he keep up with show? Looks pretty good. Norris is still doing work. Do we want to push Perez so we can get onto Bottas of all people? I guess we do, maybe. I don't know. Perez should be able to keep up with him. Perez overtakes Norris and Bottas, so yeah. Potentially, did he fall off that bad? Nah, we're good. I'm just concerned every now and again when I see the differences here, especially on 8 times. Sometimes it just really messes you up.
McLaren are flying now.
Norris gained 2 positions. I assume this is with DRS.
We're looking at Lando Norris.
Okay. I think he already had the positions when he showed it. Yeah. Honestly, as long as Ricciardo here stays in the DRS train, he'll be fine. I think that's the thing. We have the first set of pitters here. Ocon is the highest one. Gasly, Show, and Magnussen fell pretty far back, and they might struggle to get past some of the people here. Norris isn't that far off, really, the medium runners, so potentially we could push the little last bit here. Yeah, that's also great. But the main reason why I love Daniel being in that train is because he is running hards, but he's keeping up with medium runners. So it's really good. He'll also, as you say, allow him to push the tires later, which is great. But I'm wondering if we should start pushing Norris a bit here, see if we can get a bit of time here. Was the first pit stop? Maybe push a bit, see if we can get the medium runners. He is ahead, but this is also a very long straight, and it's a double one. Norris does hold on though, so that's good.
Oh, and Ferrari just gained a place.
The fact that Ricciardo is able to hold on to Leclerc this bad is really good. I guess it's because he's on all mediums at this stage. Even though it takes Leclerc. Can get Alonso and potentially Perez, that would also be sweet. Sainz is pitting, won't matter. We might get him here, but it will not matter in the big picture. Let's go full on attack here, and we'll be pitting this lap. Maybe a bit late to pit, but it should be okay, I think. We could also attack for 2 laps and try and be cheeky. In terms of lap times here, we are running a little bit quicker than Hamilton, a little bit slower, sorry, than Hamilton, a little bit quicker than Bottas, and the cars behind her are starting to gain a lot. Push to overcut. Do we want to delay the pit stop with 1 then, or do we want to go full attack 2? Do you think full attack 1 lap? What do people think is the best one there? 2 laps? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. So I think we do the delay pit stop, and we try and have Norris push double here on these softs. Could
100% pace
probably
now.
also just push it to the fuel here.
Yeah, confirm.
See if we get a bit of an advantage. Ricciardo has run 25 laps now on these and only lost 30%. So if he continues like this, he'll have a little bit over 40 once he gets here, if we run him as we do now. Which is quite intense, really. So Bottas and Hamilton just pitted. Can we now get them on the overcut here? Just a little bit of ERS. Looks like it worked out potentially, yeah. We even overcut Ricciardo. Well, he hasn't even pitted yet, so it's not really an overcut. But that worked out pretty well for us. Bottas and Hamilton are both on hards too, so we've gained position. Actually, an overcut that worked. Really good. Thank you for the tips. And we can also get Ricciardo here with us now on the DRS train. So this is two birds with one stone, really. That worked out a bit better than anticipated. Okay, Ricciardo fell behind. Do I want to push him? Even if he pushes, I don't think he will catch up. Yeah, just being blessed. Sadly, Norris got him on this current DRS train. We could have him go aggressive and push, just to try and catch up. Don't curse this. Honestly, at this point, we should just have him hold up Hamilton and Bottas. I think that would probably be the best he could do for us at this stage.
Is that a lockup?
Still needs to pit, but if he pits, he'll come out around 13th. And has everyone pitted now? Basically, yes. So it'll be how much extra will he be able to do in those softs? Yeah. So if we can have him latch onto Hamilton, I think that's okay. But he's just so much slower here compared to the rest. I think we'll burn off some fuel just to try and keep him in DRS range. I think that's okay. Even if it means we're going to catch up to Norris.
And McLaren with a great overtake.
I think go balanced though when he overtakes Hamilton, and then we just go push. A bit too much micromanagement for me though, but it's okay.
Mercedes moved up a place.
I think we go. Would we push aggressive to the end here? This stint? Probably not. But he is causing problems for Bottas and Hamilton here. That is actually pretty good here. If Norris can maintain 4th, we'd be happy with that. The main scare though is Leclerc coming up from behind. And Bottas actually got up to Norris here. Yeah. I don't think he will have too many problems just hanging up with Hamilton. We'll have to see what we do with Bottas though with Norris here. Currently we're just going to end up switching places back and forth. Fairly equal. As long as we stick with Hamilton, as you said, I think we'll be good. We are doing faster laps than Paris, though, by a whole second there. Did he get all held up by someone? Half a second. So, if we keep this up, we might be able to catch up to Paris too, and fight for a podium. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with Leclerc here. But I'm also looking forward to see if, again, if Ricciardo can keep up with Hamilton here. He's just gaining and gaining to the people behind. Right now, he is... If we manage to get a gap here to Gasly, so we maybe come out in front of him, that would be insanity on the softs. How much do we expect to lose here on a pit stop? Isn't it pretty harsh? It's actually short. It's actually less. I misremembered. So just 19 seconds. So if we can push him now, have him help push Hamilton along, maybe go aggressive, push fuel. I think we can potentially get him out if we have a good pit stop before Gasly. Because there is 19 seconds between them. We just need to gain a little bit. Yeah. I guess we'll keep him out, as you say, as long as he can stay with Lewis. How does Lewis do in terms of... Well, 18-1, 18-2, 18-7. So we just need a couple more laps really to have a safe pit stop and come out in 9th, and then we can start hunting people down with the softs to the end. We're gonna stay with Lewis for now. It's a good shout. And Norris will just do his own thing here with Bottas. That should also be okay. Are they actually gaining here on us? Now Russell is in charge of the other one. They're actually gaining a little bit. That's not great. Do we want to push everything we have now on what basically is a couple of laps? I think we kind of have to, because Russell is equal with Lewis. Should be kind of equal. Slightly better tires. He'll be a little bit slower due to driver skills, but they too have a DRS train, and they have more drivers than we have. Yeah, I'm thinking that too. Put him to aggressive and then go full attack on the final one. Push fuel probably too. Should be okay. I think we do this, and we do not pit this coming lap. We pick the lap after. Or do we pit now and go full attack? What do people think? We could go one aggressive, then go full attack. 2 laps. It should be a good idea. It could work, really. Let's go for it. This lap? I forgot about the delay, honestly. Sorry, Thanos. RPG and Thanos, what do you guys think? Do we box this, or do we box next? Lap after? Progress to this one, then go full attack. That's what I'm feeling too, honestly. Yeah, okay, then we are in agreement. I just wanted to be sure. We're actually having the same idea here. I'm glad that the strategy meeting has concluded with a satisfactory result. Had to go full attack, and he actually got past Hamilton too. We're actually going to pull Hamilton along here, potentially. And what I'm thinking here is, to be safe, we deploy some DRS. We get him in now on the fresh soft. Just to be safe, we'll deploy down to about 40%. Just to try and give us a little bit of an edge here. We are checking. We were indeed checking. Looks like we're gonna have a decent. Yeah, we made that safely there with 1.5 seconds to spare. That was beautiful. And I guess we'll just push fuel. We can. I think we spare Norris a little bit longer on his fuel. And we'll have to see now, can we catch up to Leclerc? We are checking with Thanos and RBG. Question?
Looks like that was a position gained for Alfa Romeo.
Honestly, Ferrari has been getting better though. For all the memeing they've been doing. They have been getting better. At least they are now asking the drivers for their opinions. So the thing is, we have 20 laps to do it, and we'll have to see just how the last 2 laps here compare. Because let's see, 17-1. We're half a second quicker right now. So, but this worked pretty great in Baku, so I'm having the same hope that it'll work right here. We're almost a second quicker than Hamilton. We are gaining 1.2 on Norris. We're actually quicker than Verstappen at this point too, so... Ambitious, yes. Possible, maybe. We'll have to see, we'll have to see here. There's 20 laps to go. If we maintain half a second, gain each lap, we'll get there.
McLaren gain a position.
But maybe not, because we will not have fuel to run the entire way. Could of course also go aggressive on tires, and our tires are going to drop off a bit more aggressively than Leclerc's, but it's still doable. Almost 7/10 there. Full second on Hamilton. 1 second 7 on Bottas. So, well, Bottas has a quick run there. It doesn't hurt to try at least. That's the idea I'm having here. 10 seconds now. And of course, if Leclerc gets stuck behind Hamilton or something else, we might also have potential. We're allowed to have. We're allowed to hope.
Alfa Romeo just
Yeah,
moved
of
up
course
a
we
place.
do. Ricciardo is his own greatest enemy. I forgot about that. Still about 5/10 quicker. Yeah. Thing is, Ferrari has been allowed to do it, I feel like. I think we gain a little bit extra there due to back markers. So if we have a bit of luck going through back markers here, we might be good. 12 laps to go. I guess we'll soon start to burn fuel for Norris here. Seven seconds. We are a little bit off, honestly. Might not have a chance to do this.
A position gained for
Yeah,
Alfa Romeo.
Ferrari's just a bit special in the error-making department. They make weird errors. That's the thing. And especially Monaco. And the fact they made them so frequently, I think that is also, you know, tossing fuel on the fire. Well, we're now 5 seconds behind Hamilton. Guess we try and go aggressive, maybe? 5 laps left, maybe, then we go aggressive. Because currently Norris could potentially hold off Leclerc. Lap times about equal. But we're probably a little bit too far behind here to challenge Leclerc and Hamilton, as well as Bottas, really. They got their own DRS train set up there. Stroll and Tsunoda aren't too annoying right now? Maybe. Go aggressive, Ricciardo. Let's hope that we have a good end here. 2.2 seconds.
Good lap. That's a good
Fastest lap. This looks promising.
Okay, understood.
And if we now push the fuel here and get within DRS. We are within DRS. No, we lost it. Fly a bit. Sorry, I'm getting a bit excited. Let's just push the fuel, get back up behind them here. And Ricciardo now, 3 laps to go. DRS strength to 5th. Soft tires. This could be really interesting. Ferrari made Kimi and Seb do quali on softs when it was Inters. Oh yeah. Well, there is a reason why they say Ferrari broke Vettel. And I would assume Kimi wasn't too happy with them either. Let's give Ricciardo the overtake here and see if we can make some moves here. Because if we manage to get him up to 5th, that would be amazing here, honestly. We can also give Norris a bit of a push here so he can try and run away. We got Leclerc, but we sacrificed the entire battery for it. We're going to have to try and recharge a little bit here.
That was good.
That was really good, yeah. Let's have a good...
Ricciardo involved here.
We overtook the Ferrari under DRS and then into the corner. Beautiful.
Rechargeable.
Let's watch the last couple of rounds here from Ricciardo's point of view. I think Norris should be safe. Three laps to get the 2 cars and protect against 1. Can we do it? We could go aggressive here. He still has a bit of a gap. We could go aggressive just to be safe.
Maximum pace.
That's a good shout. We might have to try and recharge here, really. Bit too slow out of that corner. Yeah, we're gonna have to harvest and try and get him on the last lap.
And recharge on.
Okay, understood.
2 laps to go.
Kimi does hit me as the guy that would just do his own thing, though, to be fair. Wouldn't surprise me if he just had enough of their shenanigans.
Understood.
Okay, where do we want to gamble on an overtake? Tires are getting a little warm. That should be okay. They're going to go full attack in the final lap with extra fuel burn. Norris might actually get Paris. We're having a very interesting end to this Grand Prix. I didn't actually realize he was catching that far up. You have my blessing to go full attack, my guy.
Stay close.
Cool.
Yeah, we're going full attack on Norris, I agree. And he might actually get it here if he is ballsy on the brakes. And he got him. Now, can Ricciardo get Hamilton?
This is the
He did.
last lap.
Yeah, confirm.
I didn't even see what happened with Paris. He was just randomly caught
Nice
really.
job, mate. Nice job.
Let's put Norris on defend, I guess.
So you are P6 at the moment, currently P6.
Put him on push. I kind of forgot about that. Attack as well. Got to... Yeah, I know. I got to focus on Norris there, sadly. Might have screwed over Ricciardo here. But I guess we'll give him overtake down this lane. With the DRS and the hards versus softs, I think it should be okay. Norris is almost a second on Paris. He has a second on Paris. He's out of DRS.
Max Verstappen over the
Verstappen
finish
wins.
line, and today's winner.
Guess we're gonna have to keep it neutral, so we don't use everything. We'd still be able to get him here with DRS, unless we get blocked. That little block do. That's unlucky. I should have put him on attack earlier. We probably would have gotten Bottas if I did.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty good race.
Still, we got a podium.
Good job, mate. Very well controlled race that. Good drive. That's
Yeah,
the
true. One
checkered
could say
flag.
that Ferrari did break him too. Wouldn't surprise me really.
Alrighty. Cheers, guys.
Still, I'd say this is a fairly good race to end on, honestly. I am going to have to go now. We have been at this for a little bit over 4 hours. It's been a lot of fun. But let's just get through this one. And we're gonna enjoy this. Yeah, Thanos and everyone here, thank you very much. Ryan, RBG, Jack, everyone, thank you very much for your help. It's been a lot of fun. But yeah, Norris third, Ricciardo sixth, could have gotten fifth. Just a bit bad. I should have slowed it down a bit more. That's on me. Verstappen wins, Sainz second, Leclerc down in eighth. That's gonna sting a bit. Bottas fifth. And with that, we are gonna go forwards a little bit and save. Lando moves up to fifth, Ricciardo up to ninth. Verstappen takes over the lead of the championship, which is actually something we'd like to see, because that means they kind of stagnate up front, gives us potential to catch them. Yeah, quite a bit here, but even so, it's good. We're making progress. And with this, we are still fourth, but we're just now 1 point off Mercedes in third. I'd say we're doing fairly okay for... What is it? We have 2 upgrades on the car? From predicted 8th, so... let's see if we get some development points for this. I would hope so. It was a good race. Well, Piastri got 1. And we pay out... I really should try and renegotiate Ricciardo's bonus at this stage. We'll probably get that started at the start of the next stream. Yeah, Collect doing bad is good for the championship. It is, honestly. Constructors, we are still 200 points behind, but it's a stable 200 points, and we actually gained on Ferrari this last race. So honestly, I'd say we're looking fairly good, and we'll have a suspension design done for the British Grand Prix. And when will we have the other car pass? Just have a quick look here. In 22 days, we'll have the final edition of the underfloor. We'll have an upgrade to the rear wing. And we'll also be able to start the final front wing that we will be making. So, honestly, once that underfloor is out in 22 days, we might be ready to try and challenge for wins. So, next time will be a little bit interesting. I don't know what next time will be. I don't know if I'll be streaming during the week, or if I'll be streaming next weekend, maybe Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I'll be posting on my community page when I'm considering it, and I'm thinking that I'll make a poll and people would prefer to see streams. So I'll try and get it done so that we can have make it easier for most people to follow. Right, we'll be done after the next race, so we have 2 races before that, and with that we'll also get the, I believe, there's the rear wing, there is the underfloor. So we have 2 more races with pretty, well, 2 upgrade car, and then we get 4. So gonna be interesting for sure. At that halfway point, we actually get the final edition underfloor in theory, so that could be fun. But yeah, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for all your inputs. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you very much for again being with me, and a big shout out to the members of my channel. Thank you very much. And also a big shout out to everyone who has helped with the strategy. It's basically a group effort at this stage, and I enjoyed it a lot. So thank you very much for being here, really. And I hope to see you around next time. I'll be, as I said, making a poll on my page, and I'll try and get the stream announced a bit more than just 5-6 hours in advance, so more people can follow. Thank you everyone for being here. See you next time. Bye bye.